There are thousands of airstrips that are dirt, grass, and mud across the United States, Canada, and the world. Many of these are inaccessible to normal aircraft. There's a certain breed of pilot who wants to be able to land anywhere, either for sport or by pure necessity. They're bush pilots. We practice these skills so we can be safe off airport, so we can get into and out of the tight spots, the backcountry, and the unimproved fields. You'll now watch some of the best pilots in the world show you what they can do with as little as 50 feet. Not only can they take off and land off airport, they can take off and land anywhere.
This is the National STOL Series.
Welcome, everyone, to Stan Morris Field in Wayne, Nebraska. It's time for National STOL at the Wayne America Fly-In. It's the National STOL Circuit's first ever appearance here. All told, 42 STOL pilots from all over the country have flown here for the rare opportunity to fly in both of the leading STOL competitions. That's STOL Drag and National STOL. Want to take a look at your sectionals today? It's KLCG, that's Lima, Charlie, Golf. We're competing today on runway 13. It's 2,070 feet of dusty turf in good condition. That's 120 feet wide. Weather this weekend looks good but challenging with gusty crosswinds in the forecast. An incredibly stacked field this weekend, particularly in the touring and sport classes. And there's lots of STOL legends here this weekend. Steve Henry, Hal Stockman, Warren Grobelaar, Jeff Pohl, Austin Clemens, Jaden Newman, Kyle Bushman, and more. They're all here. Keep an eye on Dan Reynolds, fresh off his impressive numbers at Valdez. And also, watch for hometown favorite Colin Kaniva to put in some real work. He knows the fields and sandbars around here, but will it help him on the turf? We're just about cleared for takeoff. The pattern is clear. The line is painted. Let's kick this thing off. What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? It's time for qualifying here at Wayne America with National STOL. My name's Ryan Dabrowski, a.k.a. Super Arrow, and on the mic with me, I've got Corey Robin, the legendary STOL pilot YouTuber extraordinaire. Really excited to have the day with you. We've got 7 hours. We've got 7 hours of qualifying in front of us to get ready for tomorrow. When the finals hit tomorrow. So Corey, you're in the booth on the side of the runway. What are you seeing so far today?
Fantastic lineup for you this morning, so we're really excited.
It's going to be a good one, and when we while we get ready to go here, we've got the touring class lining up on the runway there. Why don't I take a minute to walk everyone through how National STOL works? So basically, what we have here is your spot landing competition at your home airport turned up to 11. It's made to simulate what a backcountry or bush pilot is going to do on a day-to-day basis in their operations. So you'll see as you look at this wonderful, kind of dusty, but very well manicured turf runway here at Wayne, we've got a line painted. That line is where everything happens. We're going to watch that line all day. To start the competition, pilots are going to taxi up, put their main wheels on that line. They're going to give it the proverbial beans and see how short they can take off. Our line judges and cameras are going to measure that distance. Take that distance, put a little spreadsheet back in the booth and keep it for later. Pilots are going to make a safe pattern around in the air in front of you at home and on the stream, guided, of course, safely by our air bosses who are controlling everything and making sure everyone's separated and safe and on speed. Pilots will come in to land. Now, here's the thing. This is where it can all fall apart for pilots. They want to land at or after the line. You cannot land before the line. If they land before the line, you'll hear Corey and I say, ooh, geez, it's a scratch. Doesn't count then. Assuming they land after the line, they're going to get heavy on the brakes. You're going to hear us talk a lot about heavy braking, aerodynamic braking, all sorts of tricks of the trade. That's why Corey's here to fill us in on that stuff. When they stop, we measure that second distance, that landing distance. How far did the wheels end up from the line? We take those two scores, that takeoff distance we were going to remember from earlier, that landing distance, and we're going to add them together, and that's the composite score for the run. Today, pilots typically will have 3 runs around in the pattern. We take the best number. It's the smallest number. It's basically airplane golf. We're going to take that smallest number, and that's who wins. Now, today's qualifying, so we're going to take the top 5 competitors, I believe, and throw them into the finals tomorrow. We have 42 airplanes ready to qualify today. It's going to be a long one. Make sure you've got your sunscreen. If you're joining us at home, make sure you have a tasty beverage and some snacks. Let's get into it in just a minute.
Thank you, Ryan. That was about the best introduction and explanation of STOL that we could have possibly gotten. We'll be back in just a few minutes. You'll know because you'll hear the engines rolling.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver. Straight on through.
So we're getting ready for the action here at Wayne America Fly-In for National STOL. Kind of a unique event this season because for the first time ever, we have STOL Drag and National STOL in the same place at the same time. And so if you're in the crowd there, you see all the people along the runway there, runway 13 at Stan Morris Field there. They're going to be in for a big treat today because we've got National STOL action, that traditional STOL, and then later today, STOL Drag. So the 2 premier STOL competitions in the world happening right in front of your very eyes there at Wayne America. Now, Corey, you and I watched practice yesterday. We had a couple hours for competitors to practice yesterday, and we should talk a little bit about what we saw. It was a challenging practice session for sure.
Absolutely. And, you know, one of the things that's going to be different about today, if you had an opportunity to view that live stream yesterday, is the weather. The weather is one of the biggest considerations in aviation, and it's no different in our competition here today. And as you can see from those flags, we have plenty of it today. It's right down the runway, and it is much smoother, much cleaner air than yesterday. So we're expecting the pilots to be pushing very, very hard today. Get ready for these pilots to see. You're going to see some really, really short takeoffs and landings, Ryan.
We've got a little package for the viewers at home. Let's roll that right now so they can see what it was like if they missed the stream. Just a short little overview of what happened yesterday in practice. Let's check out Thursday's practice here for National STOL at the Wayne America Fly-In. It's the largest gathering of pilots yet this year, with 42 registered pilots cutting up the course as practice began. We've got Brandon Korn in that beautiful 205 putting in work, Jeff Abrams and Piper Zilla, that Cherokee 140, and Kathy Page in her new Carbon Cub getting things underway. High winds and scattered showers kept the team on their toes as the unpredictable Midwest winds whipped through, pilots having the opportunity to get up to 3 takeoffs and landings in those switchy and gusty conditions. You can see the suspension and tire changes working their magic to defy gravity. Even some of the most experienced pilots showing some signs of struggle. There's Steve Henry's newest Yeehaw 8, sporting a new motor and knobby tires, bringing in some impressively low numbers. And Brian Steck in his Legend Cub, finishing that practice segment in style.
Nice job, boy. Yeah, taxi around. I'll see you tomorrow, guys.
So yeah, it was an intense and exciting practice session. We had that weather, Corey, that we were tracking the whole time, and you were telling me, you were like, man, I wish you were here, man. It's getting windy, and it looked super windy.
Absolutely. And hey, I got to give a shout out to our video crew for these packages today. Holy cow, they're putting in footage from just a few minutes ago in these things. Great job to the National STOL production team.
So before we kick things off here, why don't we talk a little bit about the weather today? Weather today, right now, as of 9 minutes ago on the METAR, we do have some serious wind to deal with, which is exciting. We want wind for those shorter scores. The more wind, the better, to a point. You can see right now we've got 15 knot winds gusting to 23. I just saw there 23 knots. So it's windy, it's dry, and it's hot. Corey, you said for everyone in the crowd, don't forget to drink some water, put on some sunscreen. It's going to be a hot and windy day in Wayne.
That wind does have a tendency to suck that moisture right out of you, so that is good advice. I can see the pilots in the pit area making some last-minute preparations. We are about to get underway. You can start to feel, Ryan, the energy and the excitement start to build. I can see some of the rock stars of aviation and STOL in the crowd as we show you that today. The qualifiers today are going to be impressive. We have a very large field. We've got the likes of Brandon Korn, Jeff Abrams. We've got the rookie class coming up a little bit later today with Rod Hewitt, Alan Hewitt, Kevin Dugan, John McCardle, Stephen Hewitt. We've got a lot of exciting players today coming out to Wayne, Nebraska. The weather is absolutely gorgeous right now. It's beautiful, light breeze. We've got this wind. The pilots are making some changes to their aircraft to compensate for what they're going to be doing today. All the briefings are done. The energy is building. We're excited.
So yeah, it's about to kick off. And we're just getting some final things picked up, figured out. You know, one of the exciting things about being in Wayne for the Wayne America Fly-In here is that we have a lot of pilots flying in both events, both STOL Drag and National STOL. And one of the things that we get to see is pilots adjust their aircraft between those two setups. You'll see, we'll talk about that a little bit more today as we get into the competition. You'll see pilots tweaking things. Some pilots are changing tires. Some pilots are modifying props, the way they pitch them. That's all happening. So I just heard in my ear right now, we're ready to kick things off. So first, everybody, if you could please rise for our national anthem, and then it's time to take off. All right, everybody, thank you for that. And it's time to take off. The pattern is clear. We've got that beautiful line painted, and we're just a few minutes away from engine start. I was about to say legend start, and honestly, that's not incorrect either. Let's look at the lineup for the touring class. Brandon Korn in that 1963 Cessna 205. Jeff Abrams in Piperzilla 1965 Piper Cherokee. Don't underestimate him just because he's in a Piper Cherokee. Tim Knutson from Chautauqua, Wisconsin, Cessna 150. Don't underestimate him either. Ty Burlingham in a Cessna 180. Got to watch out for that. Matheson Fraser in another Cessna 180. This is going to be a 180 heavy class. Kurt Leaders, also 1965 Cessna 185, all the way from Clear Lake, Minnesota.
Absolutely, and what a lineup that is. This is going to be very exciting, starting off with such a great lineup. You know, I had the opportunity to visit and talk to some of these pilots this morning and yesterday, and I got to tell you, they are really getting competitive with each other. Had an opportunity to visit with Tim this morning, talked a little bit about his background, and so I'll share some of those details a little bit later. Motors are turning. This is exciting. I am excited. I just can't tell you. This is good.
You know, the other thing to be excited about, Corey, is that there's another name that wasn't on that lineup graphic.
Oh,
and that's Warren Grobelar.
Yeah, it just
Warren
came out there.
Grobelar in that Cessna 180 with the tennis ball green. Got to watch out for Warren. He's a fan favorite.
Yeah, and let's give a shout out to our people watching online. Ira Walker in Wyoming, longtime fan. He's a regular here on the National STOL broadcast. Good to see you, Ira. I also want to give a shout out to my good friend Anna Brown today out on the internet. Anna, thanks for watching and tuning in to National STOL here today. We're excited to have you as a part of our family here in National STOL.
Okay, so now we've just heard from the control frequencies that the aircraft are released. The Air Boss has been given the all clear to start the competition. You got the aircraft just warming up right now. Such a beautiful sight. Look at all these beautiful, big, heavy touring airplanes. Very exciting one to start with, because these are airplanes that I think a lot of people don't necessarily think of in terms of bush flying. Certainly a Piper Cherokee, when I learned to fly, I spent a lot of time in a Piper Cherokee, like a lot of student pilots do, and I didn't think about putting that through its paces in backcountry airports, and you're going to see today that Jeff Abrams can show you how it's done. Even a 150, right? Obviously, got to be a little bit careful here and there with a plane like that, but it can be just as capable in the hands of the right pilot. Really exciting to see there. So a class that's filled with airplanes that are more attainable or maybe more normal than the classic bush plane. But what you're about to see is anything but normal.
You're absolutely right, Ryan. And, you know, that's one of my favorite things about National STOL is you can come out here and see just about every kind of aircraft in general aviation. And these here are the staples, starting out first with the heaviest in the group.
That's right. This is Brandon Korn. Brandon Korn's got a 1963 Cessna 205. He's on the roll, digging up the turf right away. That's how he does. We're getting off to a really exciting start. I can't even speak. I'm so excited about it.
We had
Here
everything,
for the qualifiers.
Everything turning, blades of grass flying. That was a fantastic performance from Brandon Korn. What a way to kick it off. And here's Jeff Abrams in Piperzilla. All right, we've just gotten the official score back from Brandon Korn's takeoff. A 101-foot takeoff in a 205, Ryan.
A 205 is a really big airplane. I don't think people realize how big it is, but if you put this 150 next to it, there he goes. He's got to get it off. He's got to get it off.
Little bit early pole there. That's one of the things you'll notice is the technique of these pilots as they fly these takeoffs and landings. You'll see a lot of different skills and styles used. And in that case, you did see him pull a little bit early. And when you do that, it does have some cost. It will add distance to your takeoff roll.
While they are coming around in the pattern, let's start some gratitude here in the touring class. Let's get a little gratitude. First, we got to thank our friends over at Ladd Gardner Insurance. They've been a partner with National STOL since the beginning. They've got excellent customer service and coverage. Check out their logo on the event shirt sleeves. Ladd Gardner Insurance. They are aviation protected.
Okay, here from the left, we do have Brandon Korn. We might have time for one more sponsor message, Ryan, as he comes in.
You want me to talk about one more?
Yeah.
I could talk about one more. Let's talk about Legend Aircraft. You're going to see them later. You're going to see our friends in Legend Aircraft a little bit later in the adventure class. You're going to see a whole bunch of Legend Aircraft. They are a proud sponsor of National STOL for a long time. And they say, hey, Legend Aircraft, it's not your grandfather's Cub. No, sir.
Not at all. And beautiful and legendary they are. Here is Brandon on short final. Let's see. Beautiful, beautiful landing from Brandon Korn. Our line official, Lacey, gave the go-ahead. This is official competition today. These are no longer practice rounds, so these count today, ladies and gentlemen. And as we cleared Brandon from the runway, we'll turn the cameras to the left and see Jeff Abrams approaching in Piperzilla.
You know, one thing that was kind of interesting to me was seeing Brandon's first landing of the competition a little more conservative than he normally does. Normally, he's a little more aggressive, but now he's on the board, right? He's safe, and he can play more aggressively. Here's Jeff Abrams now. Ooh, close. Got that nose wheel digging in.
Yeah, and we got the okay from Lacey, so that was a good landing. And going back to Brandon, 159 feet for a Cessna 205. That is not too shabby for his first landing of the day.
I don't think I could land my Cessna 172 in 300 feet, let alone 159, and it's like half the weight.
Right, yeah, that's tremendous. What great numbers. And we will have an opportunity to see how a 172 performs, hopefully later on today. And coming in with his distances, Jeff Abrams putting in a 218 on his landing as we look at Tim Knutson coming in his Cessna 150. One of my favorite performers here of the day, 150. Who hasn't learned in a 150? Ooh, good one.
Made the flight to Wayne all the way from Wisconsin. So, of course, I'm rooting for him as a Wisconsinite myself. And actually, it's funny, Corey, I've never flown in a 150.
Wow, that is, I think you're the exception, not the rule. I think if we were to take an informal poll, I think most people would have to raise their hand if they've flown in a 150. But man, these airplanes taxiing by, the beautiful race numbers. That is something new kind of in general aviation. You're starting to see these general aviation aircraft with race numbers on them. And it's certainly fun to start to see those pop up around the country and, finding your tribe around the world. It sure is a fun experience to see that kind of the building of STOL and our culture. It's certainly a good time.
So Brandon Korn's coming up to the line now. So let's see what he does on this takeoff. That previous takeoff was 101 feet. So that's nothing to sneeze at. That's super short in a plane that big.
I mean, come on. You're flying in the backcountry, and you're able to take off and land in 100 feet in a 205. That is pretty dang good.
See the social shout out there for from Heli Pilot. It says, "Go, Dad!"
That is awesome.
Looks like Jeff Abrams' son and Piperzilla, who's up next. Woo!
Yeah, the horsepower. We're getting a little bit of motors going in. Very loud engines. Loving it.
Here's Jeff Abrams now on the line, doing it for his son this second time around. Previous takeoff was 263 feet.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened. It seemed like that one rolled well beyond what he normally is capable of. So it'd be interesting to talk to him later, see what happened on that one, because I think he rolled well beyond 300 feet on that one.
Now here's Tim in that 150. Just getting it off into ground effect there. Some people in the chat noticing that he has an advantage in terms of weight, right? He's a lot lighter. So if he can get it off and keep it off, he'll have some really short numbers as well. Previous takeoff for Tim was 244.
Yeah. And we're just starting to get some of the numbers back from those takeoffs. And Brandon Korn besting himself once again with an 89-foot takeoff as he rounds his base to final turn here. That is the name of the game today. I expect each of these rounds for the numbers to get smaller and smaller as these pilots get used to these conditions. We're not seeing a lot of turbulence. You can see in the distance there as Brandon rounds that corner and begins approaching the line. He's not getting bumped around very much, and that's a testament to how different the conditions are today versus yesterday. So now it's a brand new competition. The conditions have completely changed, and these pilots have got to make those adjustments. Beautiful, stabilized approach out there in the distance. Brandon Korn bringing it in like a pro.
Brandon's really got to work hard to get a low score because in the next heat of touring, we have all those 180s and 185s. So he's got his work cut out for him in this first heat. Him and Jeff Abrams will go toe-to-toe all season, but he's really thinking, I think, right now about what's going to happen with the 180s in the next heat.
Absolutely, Ryan. And here he is. Oh, little bit short. We're getting the crossed arms from our line official, and we have a scratch.
Watching the replay here. Yeah, it looks short, and you see Lexi there giving the big X. No go on that one for Brandon. But he has that first one in the books. He's probably kicking himself a little bit because he had that short takeoff.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. All right, we got Jeff Abrams on his final approach. Maybe a little bit more gusty conditions, as you can see his wingtips rocking back and forth. A little bit of a crosswind from the right. Oh, might have carried a little bit too much energy, but that landing will count.
And we say a lot, anyone can scratch, even the legends.
That's why these competitors are constantly pushing. You never know when the people you are competing against might have that, whether it be conditions or you fall out or whatever the case may be, but scratches do happen. The weather is absolutely beautiful. Look at that serene, gorgeous airport here in Wayne, Nebraska. What a fantastic location for National STOL. One of my favorite locations in the tour.
One little safety note that you'll see here is that a great example of this with the 150 in the back of the heat is we arranged the aircraft in order of speed.
That is true, and safety being one of the most talked about factors whenever we have these aviation events. No different here at National STOL. The briefings are very thorough. The questions are all answered. Everybody gets on the same page, and then we just have a good time knowing what we're supposed to be doing and, more importantly, what not to do. So there are the results for Brandon's first round. And I'll go ahead and let you take over, and I'll mute my phone while these loud airplanes are going by.
That's right. So let's wrap up the first heat there then, or the second section. Whoa, where are we? The second section of the first heat. How do I describe it? Of the touring class. We have one more takeoff and landing for this first heat, and then we kick over to the 180s, the 180A, the 185, and Warren Grobelar from Naples. That's going to be some hard-hitting action. Right now, heading into this last takeoff and landing for the touring class first heat, Brandon Korn currently in first place, Tim in the 150 holding down second, and Jeff Abrams coming up in third. Everyone's going to hold for 1 second as they've got a transient aircraft landing on a crossing runway. While we do that, why don't I talk to some of the others that have been so great in helping us bring National STOL into your homes and into your hometowns. Let's talk about Hartzell Propeller. Hartzell Propeller is the global leader in advanced aircraft propeller design and manufacturing technology. They've got a history of since 1914 with a relationship between Orville Wright and Robert Hartzell led to the manufacture of the first Hartzell airplane propeller. I did not know that. So Hartzell Propeller, thank you so much. They're built on honor. First through third place class winners at each event and wins entry into a drawing for a Hartzell Voyager prop at the end of the year. And there went Brandon Korn. Again, impressive performance. And here's Jeff Abrams on the line.
Piper Zilla on his takeoff roll. I saw him dump the flaps. Here he goes. Oh, I think he lost the headwind on that takeoff again. Well, he's just having a little bit more of a challenge, it seems, today on his takeoffs, which is a little bit different from previous competitions he's competed in. It's a testament to the differing conditions, and the surface does have an impact as well. You can tell in our last competition in Yuma, Arizona at Outlaw STOL, where they were taking off on a different surface, this being grass, it's going to maybe increase the distances on takeoff a little bit.
Looking for the scores right now coming in. Okay, so Brandon's not going to be too excited. That last takeoff, 156 for him. Jeff Abrams also with a heavier distance, a longer distance with 323. And Tim with a few feet longer, still not his best either takeoff with 246.
Yeah, all three of those competitors putting in a little bit longer takeoff roll. Maybe they just had a little bit of a differing conditions. The winds are beginning to shift. As the earth warms up, we're going to start to see more thermal activity. And so we're going to see these airplanes rocking and rolling a little bit more as they compete here today.
And as Brandon comes in, I'll take another of this opportunity to talk about another one of our sponsors. Let's talk about where you're sitting. You're sitting in a beautiful trailer from USA Trailers Direct. They donated this production trailer where all the magic happens. There's Corey showing off some magic, and we've got the people in the booth, which maybe you'll see in a second. It's totally kitted out. That's USA Trailers Direct. You get the right trailer for the job at USATrailersDirect.com. Now here comes Brandon, really hanging it out there.
Yeah, he knew he had a longer takeoff, so he had to compensate with a fantastic landing. And so I'm going to be excited to see what that scored.
And then there's Piper Zilla. You know, we talked about this a little bit during practice yesterday. For the folks that missed that, Jeff is a retired airline pilot. He's flown for 3 different airlines, with UPS being the final one. 25 years as a professional pilot, and it certainly shows.
And right as you say that, there's a demonstration of a scratch. And going back and seeing
I
how
jinxed
aggressive,
it for him.
Yeah, how aggressive Brandon was. He turned in his shortest landing on that previous one in the 205, had a distance of 132 feet. Pretty dang good landing. Unfortunately, his takeoff was a little bit long, so we're going to stick with his original score of 260.
And that goes back to that conversation about making sure you have a safe score in the books. Before you start getting a little more aggressive, you want to be nice and safe in terms of your approach and how conservative you are. Speaking of approach, bouncing around a little bit, but he's safe and good.
Yeah, Tim has a little bit of an opportunity here to improve his score because his takeoff was only a couple of feet longer than his previous attempts. So I'm excited to see if he's able to improve on that 142-foot landing from the first round to give him a little bit lower score.
Now we see all the tail draggers coming out to play in the touring class.
And Ryan, Tim has done it. He has lowered his score. That distance was 120 feet, a 22-foot improvement from his first round. That brings his total down to 347, getting him even closer to Brandon Korn in that round. But look, Ryan, you just said it. Here come the tail draggers.
So we're going to go head to commercial real quick, and we'll be back for some heavy tail dragger action.
When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.
And we're back here in Wayne, Nebraska for the Wayne America Fly-In, making history this weekend with STOL Drag and what we're watching right now, National STOL, happening at the same time. 42 competitors today qualifying for tomorrow for the finals. And we're seeing some exciting action in the touring class. Again, the touring class where we have these heavier airplanes, some of the more touring training airplanes, all kind of mashed into one. And we're seeing some exciting action. We had this first heat with the nose draggers, and now we're over to the tail draggers. And it's interesting. I was just looking at this, Corey. Let's assume, and I don't want to assume anything because anyone can do anything in National STOL, but if we have these four pilots put in really good scores, only one pilot from the previous heat will carry over to the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, that is a big consideration, and I am sure that is on all the pilots' minds in this touring class. It is nice to have 9 airplanes in one class, but that does mean that in the finals, like you said, only 4 get to make it. Or what is it? 5 get to make it. So here we go. This is Ty Burlingham in his 1967 180, his Cessna 180. Beautiful red and black against that Nebraska sky.
After watching him compete yesterday, I did a little 180 shopping on Barnstormers. Can't lie about that. There goes Matheson Fraser. Woohoo!
Oh, man, Matheson has such a loud propeller, he completely blanked out the broadcast booth. Completely amazing. Fantastic performance.
Matt Peterson on social, he's the founder of Swamp STOL, saying, get some, everybody. And speaking of get some, there goes Kurt Leaders now.
Fantastic. And up next, one of my personal favorites and close friend, Warren Groblar from Florida, in his beautiful silver aluminum polished Cessna 180. Gorgeous airplane. And yesterday morning, I had an opportunity to fly alongside Warren and witness him in his natural habitat, landing on some sandbars down on the North Platte River. Fantastic. And in some of the packages, you'll see that, as we go to commercials, you might see some clips of that, adventure we had yesterday where a bunch of us went out and had some good times on the river. And that's what this is all about. We bring these airplanes to these safe STOL competitions so that we can actually take these airplanes out into the backcountry and experience nature and get intimate with the world. And we had that opportunity here in beautiful Nebraska to do that yesterday. And boy, these guys are such skilled pilots, and it's so fun to fly alongside of them. But keep in mind, this is a training. This is a proving ground for these guys. It's not just a competition, because this is also a way that you can bring these STOL airplanes into a safe environment and really learn how to do that. And we're going to see that in the next group too with the rookie class. Here comes Ty on his first attempt.
Oof.
Yep, I saw that too, Ryan. I hear your woof. And looks like his first attempt will be a scratch. And that's too bad, because he put in a really great takeoff at 164 feet.
And what's interesting is you would think, right? You would think that the 180s would just trounce the 205. But that first landing or first takeoff and the 205 with Brandon Court 101 feet, no one has beaten that so far. Obviously, we're only one round in for the second heat, but
absolutely. And Ty coming in. Let's see. Oh, we might have another scratch. Yeah, absolutely. It is challenging out there today, but you know what they're doing is they're pushing.
Interesting strategy to be pushing on the first takeoff and landing. Typically, you'll see people play it a little more conservatively. I wonder if what we're going to see in the heat now is if Warren and Kurt are going to adjust their approach, because they're watching from the sky, trying to see what's happening. And if they could notice that the scratch happened, they may adjust their strategy coming in on this first approach.
Absolutely. And as Kurt comes in here, I don't know if he's aware of it, but we'll see. Most of the time on this first round, you'll see these pilots being pretty conservative, but I'm seeing the conditions actually playing quite a big role as you see Kurt there drop it in quite a few feet, maybe 20, 30 feet short of the line. That is a big time scratch for Kurt.
And if you're Brandon Korn or Jeff or Tim even, you're watching this going, okay, guys, all right, I'm still in this.
Yeah, it's a little itchy out here.
I'm not scared of
today.
any 180s.
Well, one person that might be able to get it done, this is the last chance on the first round to not see a scratch. Here comes Warren Groblar in that beautiful Cessna 180. And you can see he's got a pretty stabilized approach. The air is not super dirty in front of him. We'll see what happens. He's got a good landing.
Super heavy on the brakes there. Warren not afraid to be aggressive with his deck angle, both on takeoff and landing. Sometimes it looks like he's about to mow the lawn, but not something that pretty hard to actually make that happen, even though it looks a little aggressive.
Absolutely.
As we get ready, go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we get the final score in from that first round, the only one coming up with a score in the B class of the touring group would be Warren. And he goes jumping right up into second place with a combined score of 324. His takeoff being 184 feet and his landing coming in at a short 140 feet, bringing him right into number 2.
So we'll see the pilots taxi by here. While they're doing that, I want to talk about another one of our sponsors who's just been so helpful. That's FlightHelmet.com. They're a company that specializes in the sales and service of flight helmets, flight helmet comms equipment, flight clothing, safety and survival equipment. FlightHelmet.com. Fly with safety and comfort. Leave the noise behind. You can see a sample on display of a FlightHelmet.com helmet at our merch booth. and a referral link for National STOL coming soon. Here we go, round 2, kicking off.
Now, I was able to establish eye contact with Ty and kind of give him some nonverbal communication, give him a little bit of pressure there. You know, he knows he's scratched, and he knows that I am watching. We'll see what happens when he comes around. I kind of gave him the eye. Horsepower,
There
baby.
goes Matheson Fraser. Maybe the loudest airplane of the touring class.
Yeah, absolutely, Ryan. Fantastic. I love it.
Now Kurt Leader's on the line from Clear Lake, Minnesota.
Beautiful takeoff. These pilots putting in some really good takeoff scores. You know, we're looking at Ty's score coming in at a 113-foot takeoff, right? Very competitive with the rest of the takeoff scores. But again, it starts to become all about the landing.
There's Warren taking a nice big bite, yanking that yoke back and kind of launching himself into the air. Warren, you talked, also known as Warren G, originally born in South Africa. I don't know if people know that, but he talked to him a lot over the course of the last few years of National STOL, and really impressed with how aggressive he is as a competitor, but also how kind he is on the circuit. And I talked to him a little bit. I was like, hey, what was your dream airplane? Your dream airplane from day one? And he said, honestly, from day one, it was the Cessna 180. As soon as he was doing his pilot training, he knew he had to have a 180, and he went and got it and learned how to fly it, and look at him now.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the pilot favorites on the circuit. You know, every year that he competes, every competition he comes to. And here we go. We need a score from Ty here. And it's good. This one will count.
A lot of energy, though.
Yeah, absolutely, Ryan. You called it just like you saw it. And look at that weather right there. The wind did drop out on him. We're only getting 7 knots or so. Winds are light right now. It's calming down a little bit, which is great for the remainder of the afternoon. We might actually be able to see some airplanes drag racing a little bit later here at Wayne, which is a little bit different from National STOL. And here comes Matheson Fraser. Beautiful airplane. So he's coming in a little bit lower approach that Ty, a little shallower deck angle there. And that was a close one, but that's a scratch.
That's going to hurt to have another scratch.
Absolutely. But we're starting to see some of the scores come back in, and Ty's landing was 227 feet. He won't be happy with that one. That's certainly not going to put him in the lead or even close to it, but it does put him on the board.
And to give a little hope here, right, we have to understand that all you need is one solid run to be on the board. You can see at the, as the scores come in on the side of your screen there, we've got our first 5 all stacked up for qualifying.
Oh, and another scratch. I've got to tell you, it is either got to be nerves because of the large stage, or it might be the conditions, or both. Who knows? But we're seeing a lot of scratches going, and it might have been that fantastic performance by Brandon Korn in the 205. Maybe the gauntlet has been thrown.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking back at these takeoff distances. Brandon Korn throwing the 205 into the air with 89 feet as his best. That one doesn't count because he scratched the landing, but definitely a gauntlet being thrown.
Yeah, fantastic. And here's Warren. Oh, a scratch after scratch. So we had 3 scratches on the previous round and 3 scratches on this round too.
Lexi on the line there, our line judge, got her work cut out for her today with all these scratches.
Yeah, it's going to be a busy day for our line officials for sure. These conditions are proving to be challenging for these experienced pilots. Now, these are the best of the best, and this is a testament to the complexity and the challenge that we have before us today.
And it's time for the final lap around the pattern for the touring class in qualifying. And right now, heading in, Brandon Korn in first place, Warren Grobelar second, Ty Burlingham in third, Tim in the 150 in fourth, and Jeff Abrams in fifth place. And we're hearing now that there's some FOD on the runway, some foreign object debris that they're going to check and make sure is safe. I'm hearing in my ears now that it's clear, so it's going to be just a minute before they kick off for another run. And in social there, Katrina saying that nose down attitudes on takeoff feel crazy to me. Corey, could you talk a little bit about that phenomenon? Because I'm sure you've got your nose down a lot when you're flying in the backcountry.
Yeah, you know, that's one of the techniques, and you'll see that be, wow, fantastic horsepower. But you'll see the nose down attitude, tail high attitude with a lot of the tail dragger aircraft, but you'll also see some differences of style with that as well. What they're trying to do is get that thrust to align with the direction of travel as closely as possible, but also get that tail up nice and high, because there is some, I like to call it like a whiplash action. As you rotate that airplane, you have an opportunity to compress your tail wheel a little bit, increasing your angle of attack and allowing you to get off the ground just slightly quicker, and you'll see it here. As Warren almost touched again. That was a great takeoff, though.
If you touch your main wheels back down, that's where we measure from. So they have to be really careful not to touch.
Absolutely. And Warren's best takeoff of the day with that one at 150 feet. But Kurt has an opportunity on this round with only a 135-foot takeoff. So we might see if he can just manage to get one good landing in today to get on the board.
And depending on how that math works out, you could see someone knocked out of contention for the finals. So it's kind of, we'll see what happens with Kurt here. All the other competitors from the first heat kind of waiting, probably biting their nails a little bit here to see what happens.
Right, now that Ty has a score on, but he might be aware of his position on the board, so we'll see what happens. Little conservative on that one. You know, it looks like it might be good enough to qualify for the finals for Ty. But here we go. We have some good opportunity. Matheson's got his work cut out for him, but he also turned in his best takeoff of the day, and he does need to get on the scoreboard. So he does have a little bit of pressure on this approach as Matheson makes his way to the line.
I'm so nervous.
Oh no, we're getting a scratch once again, and it's looking like he will not be able to make it into the rounds tomorrow. What a sad day for Matheson. What a bummer. You know, actually, it's a bummer. I really love watching these guys fly and compete, and it's challenging when you see him scratch 3 times in a row, but he's pushing. He wants to win. This is a competition. And now
Kurt Leader's up next also with 2 scratches, so want to see him get on the board as well.
Yeah, and he has a really great takeoff, his best one of the day on this round, so this could be a good score. He's coming in nice and low. We'll see what happens. Here we go. He's got a good one. I'm excited.
He's got to heavy on the brakes, Kurt.
Way to go. He'll be on the board at least. I'm looking forward to seeing what that score and how that changes the lineup here. Again, only the top few pilots are going to make it into the finals.
You're just waiting and just watching and watching for the score to pop up here.
And Kurt.
Okay, wow, there we go.
Wow.
That's an upset. Kurt Leader's now in second place, knocking Jeff Abrams out of the finals.
And Warren Grobel are throwing down the gauntlet as well. We're waiting to see how things change up. A lot of excitement here as the last two planes come in. The changes in the leaderboard are going to be dramatic, I think, with this one.
If you would have asked the average person if a Cessna 205 would be first place against a bunch of 180s in qualifying for National STOL, I don't think that they would have predicted that. So hats off to Brandon for that. That was incredible. What a way to kick off. What a way to kick it off. Like, just a great way to kick off National STOL here at Wayne America. Everyone in the crowd, I gotta make sure you know we have this awesome merch tent. I think you can see it on the screen right now. Go visit it. Go check out what we got. Help support everything that's happening with National STOL. And if you're at home, watching at home, nationalstol.com, come check that stuff out. Here are the results for the touring class qualifying. Brandon Korn coming in first place with a combined score of 260. Kurt Leaders pulling it out at the bitter end there with 278. Warren Grobelar behind him in third, 324. Watch for him tomorrow to sneak up the ranks, I think. Ty Burlingham, fourth place, 340. Tim in the 150. Tim Knutson with 347. Look also, Corey, how tight all of these scores are. Jeff Abrams, sixth place. Unfortunately, not progressing over to the finals tomorrow.
And now, one of the things that, like you pointed out, that's unique about this current scoreboard that we have on our screen right now, I have to reiterate that we have a 205, a Cessna 205 leading the touring class today. Wow, that is going to be a huge, huge day for Brandon Korn. It's going to be exciting to visit the pits and talk to those guys. I want to hear some of the smack talking because I know these guys are competitors. What a fun morning. What a great way to start out National STOL.
So we are about to take a short break to head over to, I believe we are headed to, looking at my spreadsheets, professional television, to the rookie class. So the rookie class coming up, that will be in approximately 15 minutes. The rookie class picking up. So if you're in the crowd at Wayne, make sure you grab that sunscreen, grab that water, just like Corey was encouraging you to do before, and go buy a hat or something to keep your head safe from the sun. For the rookie class, Wayne America.
got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
And we are back, everyone, just a few minutes away from our rookie class here at Wayne America National STOL's first foray into the adventure that is Wayne America Flying. And we are so happy to be here. My name is Ryan Dombrowski. I'm in the booth, in the studio, and joining me on the mic, you've heard this morning, is Corey Robin. Let's talk a little bit about what we've got going on next. Is the rookie class. The rookie class is a new addition this season for National STOL, and basically it's a low pressure environment for brand new pilots who are who have never been part of National STOL before to come in and learn from the various pilots, all the STOL legends that you've seen in touring class and will continue to see today. All of those legends sharing their tips, their tricks, helping people be safe and proficient in National STOL. So the rookie class coming up, going to be a varied class in terms of the type of aircraft you see. We've got everything from a Rans S7 to a Piper J3, a Maul, and a Cessna 172, which I'm excited to see because that's what I fly at home. So going to be really exciting to see. The little rule about the rookie class is that once you win the rookie class, you cannot compete in the rookie class anymore. So one of these lucky pilots are going to be moving on to being rookie no more after today and tomorrow here at Wayne America. Corey, one of the stories this morning that we've been talking about a lot is the wind. And you've noticed because you can feel it in the trailer there, that the wind is really squirrely. We've heard that is the forecast for the weekend. Wondering what your thoughts are as we move into later and later parts of the day.
You know, as it heats up, as the earth warms up, we're going to have a lot more bumps, but the wind is definitely a factor. It's going to make things quite a bit shorter for these pilots. A little bit different conditions today than we had yesterday, but fantastic flying weather for STOL competitions today, which just makes things a little bit more fun and interesting for everybody.
Now, you are experienced, is maybe an understatement, STOL pilot. You've spent a lot of time flying in the backcountry. People can go onto YouTube and see some of your adventures. You've got a pretty impressive plane now, but one of my favorites was the Wilga that you used to fly around. And I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about how, just for folks at home, we talked about the rules and how this all works, but how does this sort of competition apply to your actual, like, tactical boots on the ground STOL flying that you do?
One of the nice things about events like National STOL is you have an opportunity to learn from the best, the guys that have been doing it a long time. You know, the names like Steve Henry and you know, the guys like Kyle Bushman, the professionals. And one of the opportunities you have is you get to do it in a safe environment on a nice smooth grass strip here in Wayne, America, before you take it out on the mountaintops and the sandbars and really hanging it out there on the line. You know, and that's why we have that line going across the runway. When you're landing on a sandbar, if you land short, you're in the drink. And so it becomes very important, and that's why it's not a deduction in a score or something like that if you land short. It's a DQ, because you take that kind of flying into the backcountry, it really matters a lot more. And that's really what it comes down to, is this is the proving ground. This rookie class, this new class of STOL pilots has a unique opportunity to build their skill set in this controlled environment with great mentors and bringing it out into the backcountry where I like to play. Man, that just really speaks to me.
Why when you fly in the backcountry, I mean, you've been doing it for a long time. What draws you out into the backcountry?
Oh boy, for me, it's the nature aspect of it. You combine all the freedom and the exhilaration you get naturally from general aviation, and then you can combine that with communing with nature, and that just is what I just absolutely love it. There's to me, there's fewer things finer in life than nailing a landing on a ridge line above High Sierra Fly-In, or landing on the Merrimack River in Missouri on a sandbar, or over in Wisconsin on a riverbed, or in the Bahamas on a beach. You can have a visceral experience in nature with your aircraft. And to me, that's what it's all about.
So we're just a few minutes away from the rookie class. Why don't we run through our lineup? Because it's an exciting lineup, a lot of varied aircraft to watch.
Absolutely.
We've got Rod Hewitt in a Rand's S7, Kevin Dugan in a Piper J3. You and I waxed poetic about Piper J3s during practice yesterday, so I'm sure we'll do some more of that during this round. Alan Hewitt in the 1957 Cessna 172. John McCardle in a Mall M5 from Omaha, Nebraska. And Stephen Hewitt. I'm seeing a lot of the same last name in this rookie class. Also in a 2000 Rands S7. So that's going to be the rookie class here at Wayne America, kicking off in just a few minutes. And before we do, I'd love to talk about just some other folks that help make this possible. So we have to talk about Duke Propeller. Duke Propeller is designed in France and assembled in the USA. Duke propellers offer a complete range of aeronautical carbon-made propellers for light sport airplanes. As the company's first North American subsidiary, Duke Propellers USA is conveniently located in Sebring, Florida, on Sebring Airport there in Florida. You can see Duke Propellers on Hal Stockman's plane a little bit later. Also, Justin Tisdale, kind of the rookie of the year. He's the story to follow. We saw him putting in work. We can actually play a little video for everybody about Justin. Let's run to that. You can learn a little bit more about what he's been doing this season as a newcomer to the circuit. Every time, and he's dedicating himself to the sport this year, from my understanding, and that's exciting to see. If you want a really relatable story, start following some of these rookies now at the start of the season and see what they do through the end.
Yeah, I've really only been able to practice for about 5 months in the airplane that I built. And so the Xena 750, it's a hand-built airplane that they sell. It comes match hole drilled, and you get all the pieces, like a big Lego kit. Yeah, a lot of people know I fly an auto conversion, and so I have a Honda 1.5-inch engine for Viking aircraft engines. It's different, I don't run on avgas, I run on regular unleaded, and it has a gearbox, all that stuff, and so it's been fun, and so I've been learning it. It's a little bit of a learning curve, but it's been awesome. Aviation gives you a family. When you come into this world, you have a family, right? For me, aviation has kind of been my pickup family. I don't have a lot of family still out there. And so the first event that I came to, they took me in, started talking to me like I'd known them for years. And what I've noticed is that's just how aviation is in general. Everyone struggled somewhere in their life to get into aviation. You didn't have enough money, you didn't have the training. And so I want people to know that, man, I did it. You can do it. I don't care about first place, third place. I want that most improved. I know it sounds silly, but for me that means, man, we've got something that I'm gonna wear around with pride and just say, look, man, I was there. I know you're scared to maybe get out here and compete, get there, because you never know where you're gonna be. My name's Justin Tisdale. I'm flying a Xena 750, flying in the Spark class.
So there you go, Justin offering a little bit of advice to these newcomers today. And so exciting to see. Corey, have you been able to spend a little time with Justin? What's your read on him as a rookie in the sport class? He's not in the rookie class anymore.
No more, Justin. You're out. You know, Justin is definitely one of the crowd favorites. He's one of my personal favorites as well. I've been following on social media for the last couple of years. His aviation journey's been very exciting. I don't know how you can pack so much knowledge acquisition in such a small period of time, but he really has been through it all as he has made his way through the process of getting his pilot's license, building his own aircraft, and joining the family here at National STOL as one of our funnest competitors. It's certainly a good time welcoming somebody like him into the family. And I got to tell you, that package and watching that interview with him, that is an invitation for everybody to come out and play here at National STOL.
Yeah, and I think if you look at Justin, you've got a lot of examples of just someone also overcoming adversity, right? Like building a home-built experimental plane like that. It takes a lot of dedication. You got a lot of bugs to work out. That's just the nature of experimental as you learn and build. And he's been fighting that along the way and learning along the way. It's been really exciting to see. Engines are fired up now as we get ready for the rookie class. And we've got Rod Hewitt in that Rans S7. That's an experimental aircraft, home-built aircraft. You can buy a kit and build it in your garage or your hangar. Very exciting. You're going to see more and more of that as the day goes on, more experimental built aircraft. Really, just not to get on too much of a soapbox there, but really makes aviation even more accessible. I think that you heard Corey just now. You were talking, Corey, about invitation for people to come out and participate. And I would say that if you're watching this stream today or watching in the crowd at Wayne, that, aviation, and you talked a little bit about your experience in the backcountry, aviation has been something that has absolutely transformed my life as well. And one of the things that was most surprising to me getting involved in it was that it was way more accessible than I ever thought. And there's lots of ways to make sure that you can participate, different aircraft, things like these S7s, various experimental aircraft, flying clubs. I'm in a flying club with my 172. There's a lot that you can do to make it something that can be part of your life that you enjoy. And so I would just extend just like Corey said, everyone just a minute ago, come out and play with us at National STOL. I would also say, come out and play with us just in the air. If you're ever thinking you're sitting on the fence wondering about this, come out, learn to fly, take a discovery flight. It's going to change your life.
Absolutely. And bring your family along. And this is a perfect example of it as Rod makes his way to the line. You're going to see this airplane fly twice today in the rookie class. You'll see it first flown by Rod Hewitt. And then in the second group, you're going to see that same Rans S7, that same beautiful yellow and blue Rans flown by Stephen Hewitt. So it's going to be a really fun family little twist on the rookie class here today with the family. Bring it in all the way from Auburn, Washington. Both people flying the same airplane today.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the notes here. Yeah, Rod Hewitt in the aircraft now is his son. He's competing in the same class as his father, Stephen, and he's off now. And whoa, that was a pretty short takeoff for the rookie class.
Absolutely. Rod throwing down that gauntlet, showing us how it's done in that beautiful lightweight. You can tell that thing was just climbing like a homesick angel. Loving that takeoff from Rod.
And now the Piper J3. This is a 1942 Piper J3 flown by Kevin Dugan, Lincoln, Nebraska.
Yeah,
and you're going to see a little bit different performance out of this.
Yeah, I've had an opportunity to meet and hang out with Kevin Dugan a little bit a few years ago when we met in Lincoln, Nebraska. He's a close friend of Calvin Caneva, and he's also been coached by Calvin. So I expect to see some good things from Kevin. He's a good pilot, and don't let the rookie class fool you. Some of these guys do have the skill set, but, as we keep safety as one of the foremost things in our minds, you have to go through the rookie class to become a part of National STOL. And so these guys are cutting their teeth, doing it right, going through the training program. And so here comes, as Rod makes his way around the pattern, you can definitely hear the high-pitched sound of his Rotax. Sounds like he does have some engine modifications, and that's a testament to his short takeoff roll. But now we've got to begin that transition from air to ground in as short as possible.
I just wanted to point one thing out, and that was that Kevin was wearing a helmet in that J3 Cub, and that is something that is highly recommended in National STOL, that our pilots wear helmets, but it's also required equipment in the unlimited class. Social comment from Maggie Robinson here. I love these kit and build planes. They're very neat. I missed the rest of it there, but yeah, they're super dope. We get to do whatever we want. Oh, folks put a little bit of themselves into their aircraft. Here we go. Looks good.
Actually, a sub 100 foot landing for his first landing fare from Rod. What a fantastic way to bring it here at National STOL for his very first landing. So his official takeoff result was 87, and coming in with only 93 feet on his landing. That's a fantastic performance. Kevin's got his work cut out for him here because his takeoff was 123 feet. So he's really going to have to nail it with this landing. But as you can see, as that Piper J3 Cub makes its way to the line here, he does not have flaps. But one thing he does have is a lack of weight. With that big wing, he should not have a problem getting in here nice and short.
Holding it right on the edge, a little high, going to be dropping it in, making that gear work. You know, Corey, you mentioned he doesn't have flaps. What would you recommend to a pilot who doesn't have flaps?
You know what I would recommend to somebody who doesn't have flaps is come and play with us. You know,
I was teeing you up for a slip, like slipping it in good joke.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, you know, and that's what you could see him doing. You know, that big nose of that J3 Cub doesn't seem like it's big, but you do have some visibility issues when you do have that nose nice up and high and in front of you. And his landing coming in at 131 feet, not too bad for a J3, but I bet you he'll tighten it up.
Here comes that S7 on the line again, piloted by Rod. Okay, so his first takeoff, 87 feet. First landing, 93 feet for a composite score of 180. Let's see if he can best it this time around.
Yeah, not too shabby performance. Very consistent performance from Rod on his first round. Got a comment from Ira Walker saying the Home Builders Experimental Kit World is a great way to get involved in aviation as well. And that is absolutely right, Ira. It's definitely got a lower cost entry point, and you can get into some amazing aircraft by either building a kit yourself or purchasing an experimental aircraft. And I think I did see both of those takeoffs come in a little bit shorter than their first ones. Not sure on Kevin's result yet for sure, but I think if my eyes don't deceive me, we have an opportunity here for both Rod and Kevin to improve upon their score.
So scores coming in now. Rod's takeoff significantly shorter, down to from 87 to 62 feet. Kevin, a little bit longer, actually. Maybe your eyes did deceive you a little bit, Corey. A tiny bit longer, from 123 to 140 in that J3. And, you know, we were talking about J3s yesterday, and just love them. It's like romance, right? Just like flying this romantic airplane. One of the more accessible ways to get into aviation as well. You can have one for, you know, cheaper than a lot of trucks or luxury vehicles, right? Or even a sports car. Really affordable to acquire and to run. Now, here's Rod on short final, bringing it in nice and low. A little bit of a balloon there. Wings dropping out from him just a tiny bit, but he's got it.
Absolutely beautiful landing there. I think he definitely increased or decreased his his numbers there by a dramatic margin. That was fantastic. You know, it just goes to show you that these rookies can fly too. Oh, but look in the replay. Yep. Unfortunately, that's a scratch. Too bad, too, because that was a fantastic and short landing. Here comes Kevin. You know, every time I see a yellow Cub, I just wax nostalgic. Look at that beautiful airplane. And he's crabbing into the wind here. Look at that.
Beautiful. Just absolutely beautiful.
And he's got a good landing here, floating well beyond the line. That is going to be a little bit of a disappointment, I believe, for Kevin. We'll see what happens on the next round. He's going to have an opportunity to have a dramatic improvement in that score.
While they are taxiing around for another run through, let's talk about another one of our sponsors. We talked about having a helmet in the cockpit and why that's so important. Lift Aviation USA is a new sponsor of National STOL this season. Lift's love for flying drives them to deliver only the finest in aviation products to the market. You can check out their helmets. They also, as you're going to see later, the Legend Aircraft Crew, they have some shoes that are a little bit legendary, no pun intended, that trade back and forth from whoever wins in their little group of pilots. And so those are Lift Aviation shoes. We'll see if we can spot them on camera a little bit later today in one of the future classes. But that's Lift Aviation USA, a new sponsor for National STOL, and very grateful, of course, for their support.
Absolutely, and for some fantastic products. I am a customer of Lyft for many years, and I can vouch for the aviation equipment that they produce is fantastic. I actually have a pair of their shoes, which fit quite well. Very comfortable flying shoes.
What makes a good flying shoe?
You know, one of the interesting things about their shoes is they actually have little slick, little plastic knobs on the heel of the shoes. So as you're activating your rudders, especially for tailwheel airplanes, you're activating your rudders back and forth there. Your heels are able to slide back and forth on the floor of your aircraft a little bit better. And honestly, it really does make a difference. So check it out. They do have booths at Oshkosh when they show up, and so you have an opportunity to check it out and see them in person before you buy them. And their helmets are absolutely top-notch. Some of the finest helmets you'll see on the marketplace. All right, here comes Rod coming in. Nice low approach. Only about 20 feet off the ground, still about 1,000 feet out there, but here he comes. He's going to need to slow that airplane down. He's putting on the brakes right now, getting it settled on in. You can see that propeller change dramatically as he adjusts his throttle. And there he goes. That's going to be a good landing for Rod. But he did carry a little bit extra energy. He's a little bit more conservative after that last scratch. I'm excited to see what his score is because his takeoff was also pretty dang good.
Watching it on the replay here, love seeing the landing gear just like put in that work. You're going to see a lot more of that as well as competition continues. The more energy you can put into the ground as opposed to forward, the better your score is going to be. I want to circle back to Lyft. One other little thing to mention about them is that they're giving away a helmet to the annual champion of each class. So, whoa.
Wow.
But then also shoes, kneeboard, flight cap. Those are prizes for class winners at each competition. So someone this weekend's walking away with some Lyft Aviation some
gear,
some loot.
some really good stuff. Here's Kevin's landing on the second one. But yeah, thank you to Lyft Aviation for your participation in National STOL. Sure is wonderful to see that. That helmet's going to be a very coveted prize, man. I want to fly. I want that helmet.
Love watching this J3 piloted by Kevin putting in work. You can see he's really got to work for it. He's churning the butter, as they say.
Yeah, and Kevin is you know, a really great pilot. He hails from here locally, so he's a hometown favorite. Like I said before, very close friends with one of our top pilots, Calvin Caneva. So as we see this next round of aircraft, one of my favorites coming out is Alan Hewitt and his beautiful red 1957 Cessna 172. I just love seeing these certified airplanes mix it up with the experimentals. We got a couple of certified airplanes in this second group in the rookie class here today with the Cessna 172. And over here with John McCardle in his 1978 Mall M5. Got a little bit of a story a little bit later about John and how he acquired that 175, or excuse me, that Mall. But a lot of fun. And Stephen Hewitt, again, bringing up an experimental airplane in this round, flying that same one that we saw just now. He's going to have to swap really quickly with Dad, and Stephen will fly that same Rans S7.
So Stephen, we'll see what he does, see if he can beat his son in the competition. I don't know if I'd want to go against my dad, but at least all things are equal with the aircraft. Here's Alan Hewitt on the line in that 172. We saw him putting in work big time yesterday during practice.
Absolutely, and that will pay some definite dividends here because as you know, as you travel for one of these events, a lot of the conditions change. Your elevation changes, which changes the density of the air, which impacts the controllability of the aircraft. So many different factors. Even the temperature changes by 10 degrees. The winds change by a few miles per hour. There's a lot of different factors, but I got to tell you, there's no substitute for putting in the work and getting that repetition in there, and so that will definitely pay some dividends. Here goes Alan here in a few moments. We still haven't gotten the green for these guys to launch yet. Most likely we're waiting for Steven to get lined up on the line as he swaps pilots with Rod there in that Rans S7.
I'm just getting some some information in my ears from the officials. Sounds like Steve is having trouble with his right brake right now. He just lost his right brake, so now he's got to handle that issue. Now, even if lucky for Steve, I guess, even if he does not solve that issue today, if he can solve it, and hopefully for Rod's sake, they solve it before tomorrow, Steve would be able to proceed on to the finals tomorrow because we have just 5 competitors in the rookie class. So kind of interesting though, Rod, with a really impressive run of 180 feet in that same S7, they're going to get that brake issue sorted out. You can see there the aircraft powered off as they try to sort it out.
Yep, you can see him walking away from the aircraft. Lucky day for Steven, though. He will make it into the second round tomorrow. Too bad for us as the spectators, though, because it's kind of fun watching that Rans S7 go through the paces. But back to Alan here in that beautiful 172. Got another 2 competitors coming right up for you. And that's one thing. You're going to have failures in the backcountry. You're going to have failures in competitions. That's one of the things that definitely does happen when you're flying aircraft or really anything. You've got to deal with those failures, and keeping it on the ground is the right thing to do for Steven there. And so he's going to sit out this round and get that resolved so that he can hopefully participate in the future rounds tomorrow.
And now the real question is between the two of them: is it who broke it? Was it Dad or was it son? Because that might be a little discussion later.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot, Dad. All right, here we go. The second heat of the rookie class here at Wayne America underway.
That was
a 172.
Really great takeoff there. Wow, that was impressive. We are seeing some fantastic performances by the trikes today.
Talking about Well, let's talk about trikes in a second. I want to see this mall take off, but then I have questions for you about trikes.
Okay,
But
sounds
first,
good. Yeah, watching John in this beautiful airplane. The mall, one of the workhorses in the backcountry. It's a certified airplane, so you can earn a living moving. It's a very popular airplane in Alaska for outfitters and hunters to move around. I've seen a gentleman load an entire moose inside of a Mall M5 and fly it out, like 700 pounds of meat in that thing. They're amazing aircraft, cruise very, very fast for a bush plane, but they can get into these tight strips. The Mall M5 is a great backcountry airplane.
let's talk real quick about Sarasota Avionics. Sarasota Avionics, a long-term partner of National STOL. They provide a lot of excellent prizes for our competitors. Garmin watches, the Garmin InReach, this really cool USB charger that you can put into your panel to power your various devices. So that's from Sarasota Avionics. They're the authorized Garmin dealer and #1 aircraft avionics installing dealer in the nation, particularly for panel mount GPS avionics units. So upfront pricing, superior service, expert consultants. They're your one-stop shop for your next avionics upgrade. That's Sarasota Avionics. We also want to talk real quick about rugged radios. You see all of our line judges, all of our officials, all the volunteers, they are using rugged radios. They've got a background in off-road and motorsport racing. Rugged radios are designed for dependable communication in any environment, even national STOL competitions. You can see they actually have a line of aircraft headsets as well. So check out Rugged Radios. Thank them for all their help for our air bosses, our production staff, and our line judges.
All right, here comes Alan. Once again, let's see if he has the same challenges as the others. Oh, I just noticed that he had a little bit of a backfire there. I don't know if you heard that on the live feed, but we certainly heard that in person. And also, he put his flaps down quite a bit late. Just maybe wasn't completely set up for that landing. Let's watch the replay. I'm not quite sure what caused him to balloon so high. Might have been a gust of wind. Yeah, some interesting going on inside that cockpit
Giving
right
up
now.
Giving up a lot of footage to that balloon.
Speaking of footage,
well,
400 feet.
400 feet. Yeah, that's a big combined score of 587. So, Corey, I teased this and then we never went back to it. You know, you hear in the pits all the time. I mean, tail dragger, everyone says tail dragger is the way to go, but sometimes it feels like in this competition, tri-gear, there's a scratch, unfortunately, for the mall. Feels like the tri-gear has a little bit of advantage sometimes, depending on conditions in terms of braking action. What's your feeling on that?
Well, you know, I'm not a purist, and so I think you just match the equipment to the mission. You know, one of the things that I think gives the tail dragger the popularity in the backcountry is because you're sitting there at that high angle of attack with that nose as high in the air as possible. It keeps that nose far away from the terrain when you're taxiing around on dirt or rocks. You know, you want to keep as much propeller clearance as possible. Allows you to come up on the power a little bit more aggressively. And you look at these trikes, you can see that their propeller tips are a little bit closer to the ground. So as Alan here rolls up to the line, look at the prop arc and how close that is to the ground compared to the mall. And, you know, these are very similar aircraft as far as the engines on there, you know, horsepower-wise. And, you know, you've just got simply way more clearance in the mall. And so in the backcountry, and this surface doesn't really have that. This is grass, and so you're not going to have problems throwing rocks up into your propeller or clearance issues today necessarily, but you're definitely going to have that in the backcountry. And so that's just a long way of me to say, well, that's why we have tail draggers, I think, in the backcountry, is you get that prop clearance, you get a little extra controllability. It's not more difficult to fly, it's just a little bit different. And I do believe in the backcountry does have some advantages, to be honest with you.
And some style points. some style points there. Maggie Robinson in social saying, "Good job, Alan." Good job, Alan,
Absolutely.
from Maggie. Thanks,
Yes.
Maggie, for watching on the stream. Really appreciate that.
Absolutely. Welcome, Maggie, to the live stream, and anybody else who's watching for the first time. I don't know if Maggie's watching for the first time or not, but let's welcome the first timers to the live stream. Both pilots very close takeoff rolls on that last one with Allen coming in at 161 feet, but the Maul surprisingly a little bit longer with a 245-foot takeoff roll. Pretty close to their earlier performances. You know, Allen improved a little bit from 187 feet to 161, and John improved a little bit from 274 down to 245.
So,
absolutely,
two things I want to talk about real quick. One is that I just heard from the officials that this will be the Maul's last landing. We've identified some smoke coming from that aircraft, so the air bosses are going to call him in to land just to check everything over and make sure everything's safe. Could just be some oil burning off. You know, not necessarily anything to be alarmed about, but we want to check that out. And the other thing I want to do, just gloss past that right to our line judge. You're about to see here in just a second. Lexi Duncan, just want to point out how much fun she's having today. She's always a crowd favorite, making sure everyone's psyched up and pumped to get lined up and also, of course, to check if people are scratching and stuff. So that's right. From race control, John McCardle is trailing smoke and will be called out to inspect that issue. And he'll be landing in just a second. And we'll have Lexi judge that landing, make sure he doesn't scratch on this second time around.
Yes, absolutely. We got to keep it safe here. So that's a good call for John McCardle. And I've just been told we have some very special people watching on the live feed. Let's say hello to Nell and the rest of the Farewell family. They're the family of our very own Eric Farewell, watching live from back home in Austin, Texas. So, hi, Nell, to you and the kids. Welcome to the live stream. I hope you're having a great day.
So there's that landing for John in the Maul, and he's going to taxi off and get things checked out. Meanwhile, Alan Hewitt in the 172 from Renton, Washington, currently putting in scores. Let's check his scores here. Best score, big improvement in run 1 and run 2 for him, up to 380 feet. Previous run was 587. So that's really great. So you see these rookies putting in work and improving round over round.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about here. And that's what we expect here from the rookie class for sure. But that is a dramatic improvement for Alan. I'm sure he'll be pleased with that.
I think he'd be pleased with that takeoff as well right there.
Absolutely. You know, you see him, his tail swagging around a little bit. And here's a replay of John's landing. Beautiful. Watch those shocks and tires go to work.
Got Lexi raising the checkered flag that it's good. While Alan goes around the pattern, let's talk about another one of our sponsors, Flying Eyes. Flying Eyes optic sunglasses are the lightest and most comfortable aviation sunglasses around. As a returning sponsor, our staff and participants can attest to the quality of their products. You should consider supporting National STOL by using our referral link the next time you're in the market for high quality eyewear. You can find that on nationalstol.com, I believe. Go check out Flying Eyes. I got to check out some Flying Eyes because I need prescription sunglasses, and glasses. And Corey's there on there. We'll cut to Corey on the camera there. Corey's got his Flying Eyes sunglasses, looking real good. There we go, where we can see Corey's looking good. And that's the thing he's showing you right now. He's showing you how they slide in to, and nice and bendy. They slide into the headset so it doesn't break your noise canceling and even your passive or active noise canceling. So that's Flying Eyes. We really appreciate their help. Also, Flight Outfitters. Now, they're the place to go for bags, knee boards, accessories. All the items in that Flight Outfitters line are driven by their owner's enthusiasm. That's Mark, the owner of Flight Outfitters. His enthusiasm for making sure that each product can help you pilot your own adventure. So now available, we have exclusive National STOL jackets. You can go check out the National STOL merch on flightoutfitters.com. They provide prizes first through third every competition. And now the Cessna making that nose wheel work.
Absolutely. Locking those brakes up, making it exciting. Alan Hewitt bringing it in nice and safe. That might be somewhere in between his first and second, I have a feeling. Maybe even a little bit shorter. I don't know. Oh, my goodness. Look at that score, Ryan.
Wow.
So that second landing coming in at 165 feet, definitely improving upon his last one at 219 for a combined score for Alan coming in at 380 feet. Great job. Great flying. That's the rookie class. What's up next?
So that's the rookie class, and interesting that the rookie class was the class that we had the first kind of mechanical issues of the day, hopefully the last mechanical issues of the day, but yeah, see how it all lines up. Luckily for everyone there, even Steven, he'll be, didn't mean that, didn't mean to say it that way, even Stevens, but also Steven will be allowed to compete in the finals tomorrow, assuming that he and Rod can get that mechanical issue with their right brake figured out. Obviously, like you mentioned, Corey, safety always paramount. So Rod and Steven's got their work cut out for them. But the great thing about these competitions, everyone's always working together to be safe and mechanically inclined. You know, we've seen that time and time again. Someone has an issue and everyone comes in with a wrench or whatever tool they need to solve it. So that's the rookie class. And to answer your original question, my friend, what's up next? What's up next is the backcountry class. And this class, very exciting. You're going to see a lot of 170s in this class over the season. Cessna 170 Bravo model particularly really dominates here. But you're also going to see today a 175 and a Husky. So really exciting to see that. I think broadcast is going to want to go to a commercial before we do that. But very exciting. Things are rounding out here and qualifying in Wayne, America.
Absolutely. Stick around.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver. Straight on through.
Hey, I'm Chad, and I am Legend. So once I decided I wanted to buy a bush plane, a Super Cub, before I began my research, what I wanted out of a bush plane and out of a Super Cub. And Legend Aircraft was willing to build.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolid's installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
And we are back, and it's just getting even hotter here in Wayne, America.
Oh my
now what's coming
goodness!
up, the
I am
backcountry class.
I'm sorry to talk over you, Ryan. It's a little bit difficult
don't
with the delay.
apologize. We're both just super pumped.
I know we got Jeff Pohl on the line, Michael Lindstrom right behind him, followed by the Beast, piloted by Jeff Whiteley, and then Austin Clemens in the back. Wow, this is going to be an exciting round of competition.
That's right, and let's look at it. You've got two 170Bs. That's Jeff and Micah, like you just mentioned. And Jeff in that Beast, that's a Cessna 175. Highly modified, if I'm not mistaken. You can tell me. I'm sure you know a little bit more about that. Austin Clemens back on the circuit in that Aviat Husky.
Little bit of controversy with a rule change this year, putting Austin Clemens in this class with that reversible propeller. He's been known to just flat out spank all the Huskies all over the world in that thing. So I'm really excited to see what he's able to do up against The likes of Micah Austin going head to head with Micah is going to be great. Jeff Pohl, Jeff Whiteley. I can't. Seriously, guys, I am beside myself excited to see how this plays out and how we can play into the drama with these pilots and this rule change today allowing the reversible propeller over here in the backcountry class.
Some conversation happening, of course, among everybody this year. You know, the classes definitely were changed a little bit. A lot of it had to do with taking the results and seeing, you know, from the previous 2 seasons and seeing how everyone stacks up and making sure that aircraft were really competing against other aircraft where it was a fair battle. So that's, I think, what you're hinting at a little bit there, Corey. They are getting ready to, probably, 4 minutes away from launching this backcountry class here at Wayne America. And the weather, Ben, it's been an issue all day for all the pilots. We've had gusty conditions, unpredictable, swirly winds. That's weekend, if I'm not mistaken. And then it's the other thing to note is it's hot. It's hot there. You're sweating. Everyone's sweating. A little dusty, but that just makes it more fun. So you can see all the airplanes there all lined up. We've got a couple of the pilots shut down as they wait for clearance. Just getting ready, getting their brains ready, getting their mind, their heart, clear eyes, full hearts can't lose, right?
Absolutely. We do have a few minutes. We've got to wait for the top of the hour to start these guys. With the mechanical issues of the previous round, we have a little bit extra time, it looks like. So these pilots are going to just take a moment, gather their wits about them, and we'll be on our way here in a moment.
So we can talk a little bit about the various competitors here. We can start at the top with Jeff Pohl. He's in that maroon and tan Cessna 170 Bravo model from Minnesota. It's a Super 170B. We call it the Dirty Bird. It was a barn find. He actually found it in a barn, sitting unused for approximately 25 years. Jeff's been flying for approximately 12 years. He's got over 1,500 flight hours. And his first ever STOL comp that he participated in was the 2019 Valdez STOL competition, where he placed second place, which is pretty great for your first time out, to be second place in your class at the storied and historic Valdez STOL comp. So you'll see Jeff place you'll see Jeff all over the place this year. And you've probably, if you've been to AirVenture the last couple of years, you've seen him there being part of the STOL demo team at Oshkosh. So that's Jeff Pohl. Behind him is Micah Lindstrom. Started flying with his grandpa 2009. Started taking lessons at 13 years old at 2012. This is making me feel a little old. His first airplane was a 1946 Cessna 140. And after high school, he developed a passion for flying tail draggers. So he's currently 23 years old with approximately 700 flight hours. Majority of those are tailwheel flying. Behind him is Jeff Whiteley. Started with a sport pilot certificate in 2009. 2015, he went tailwheel. He's got about 1,100 hours. You're noticing there's something I'm noticing, and Corey, you fit this remark as well. A lot of high time in these planes to make sure that you're proficient in the backcountry. Jeff, his achievements include being featured on the cover of Plane and Pilot magazine back in 2020. He's also got some other articles, AOPA and Flying magazine. And Absolutely. Last but not least, Austin Clemens, 2011 Aviat Husky A1C, A1 Alpha 1 Charlie model. That's the yellow and black one in the back of the line there. Sponsored by McFarlane Aviation. Actually, so is Micah Lindstrom. Austin is currently 20 years old. Oh, I'm feeling really old now. Began flying at the age of 12 in a Piper Cub, like all good pilots do. He's piloted a ton of different aircraft. If you want to watch him on his Instagram, you can watch him flying a Stearman a lot. He's got oh man, this hurts to say. He's got 2,600 hours of flight time, instrument commercial, multi-engine. He grew up in an aviation family, the Clemens aviation family there, and they've spent their childhood and their whole family spends all their time at Stearman Field in Benton, Kansas. I've been talking a lot. Jeff Pohl's pulling up to the line. We're about to get ready in the backcountry class.
Yep, we have the green flag from the race officials. It's time for the backcountry class.
Jeff, so aggressive with that deck angle on takeoff.
Absolutely. You're going to see these are the best of the best. These are the skilled competitors, so you'll see a little bit of a contrast from the previous group, which was fantastic, by the way. Here's Micah in that beautiful polished 170B. Beautiful pole. Right around 100 feet, maybe sub 100 feet there for Micah. Here's Jeff pulling up in the beast. Look at that machine.
Look at it. I was going to say, look at that thing.
This is a testament to the wonderful nature of our industry here. This airplane was customized by Kyle Bushman of Ragwood Reef Factory. Just skilled craftsmen, passionate about what they do up there in the northwest of America here. Just a wonderful aircraft, crowd favorite for sure. And now here comes Austin Clements on the line. And a good takeoff for all of our competitors here today.
So we talk about Austin Clemens with the reversible pitch prop, and you know, he was making waves with it years ago when I first saw him fly out. I think the first time I saw him fly was at Sun and Fun down in Florida a few years ago. And I asked him about it. I said, hey, like, is that a silver bullet? Like, is that an unfair advantage? And he said, you know, I think it's equalized because the pilot workload of making sure that you go into beta thrust, into reverse thrust, is so high. You need to really, I've never done it myself, but you need to make sure the engine's at the right RPM, and then you've got your hands and feet are doing a lot of things during a landing. He's doing even more. Here's Jeff Pohl now.
Oh, and a scratch for Jeff. And, you know, going back to Austin here, you know, and he doesn't get into beta every time. We've seen him plenty of times in competition where he did not get into beta. But, you know, Austin's a really skilled competitor, and I've seen him be able to get it in nice and short even without beta. It is a competitive advantage for sure. Winds are picking up dramatically here. I'm feeling a massive gust with dust blowing across the entire airfield right now. We've you know, it had to have been pretty big. We've seen the weather pop up there on the screen. We're 12 knots. You know, it had to have been a 20-knot gust at least, and that's maybe being a little bit conservative here as Micah Lindstrom makes his way to the line. Look at the beautiful silver wings glinting across the Nebraska sky here in Wayne, America. The fly-in is on. And National STOL is here. Wow, what a beautiful approach by Micah Lindstrom here. You can see him crabbing a little bit to the right as he manages his energy. Right about now, he's setting up for that flare. You can hear him working the throttle a little bit. Beautiful landing by Micah. That one will count.
Little bit of brake fade to the left there. When that happens, we measure from the wheel that is furthest, main wheel that is furthest from the line.
Absolutely. Jeff has a little bit different technique. Yeah, I was going to say, beautiful shot of Jeff Whiteley as he's making his way across the field in Beast here. His technique's quite a bit different, coming in a much lower approach, dragging it in with power. He's very comfortable on the stick, very skilled competitor, Jeff is, and watch as he brings it in. He even squeaking those, locking those brakes up a little bit. Oh, but they called a scratch on that one for Jeff. That's a heartbreaker because I think he really did a great job on that one. Just inches. Oh, a little late on the replay. I don't know if we can do the replay twice. That'd be great. But here comes Austin as well. Here comes another shot at the replay for Jeff. And, oh, yeah, just barely short.
Just.
It's good for Austin. And he did not.
Oh, and that's short. That's short.
Yep, he did not go into beta on that one. So, like we were talking about earlier, he did not even use what he had. So I don't know if he missed it or if he just didn't plan on using it for that round, but there was no beta. But yet, did you see how short that was?
No, we'll see what the actual score was, but it seemed like 69 foot landing.
That is a fantastic
Austin,
showing for Austin Clemens on that first round for sure. He'll be very happy with that landing.
Put it in perspective, the Husky that he's flying is only 22 feet long. He landed in 69.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's crazy. Here's Jeff Pohl and Dirty Bird.
Love seeing the way, I said it last round and I'll say it again. I love seeing the way that Jeff just really extends that into that tail high position as he goes down the runway before he slams that tail down to grab that bite of angle of attack and pop into the air. He's just truly aggressive like that. And look at Micah doing the same thing.
Pretty good gust of wind right there on his takeoff roll. Might have helped him out on that one. I felt it right on my back right as he came up on the throttle, so I don't know if it helped him in his rotate there, but did look pretty short for Micah there. Looking at Jeff's numbers, his takeoff came in at 148 feet, so it fell out a little bit on Jeff Pohl. His first takeoff was 86. His second was 148. Here's Jeff Whiteley. And, you know, that thing just growls as it takes off. It's definitely earned its nickname, the Beast.
Now, Austin Clemens on the line there. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like he's got the snarling Husky out. Sometimes he flies different aircraft. Fun to see the custom art on the tail of that plane sinking in just a little bit after takeoff, but nothing he can't handle there.
Okay,
While our
so
competitors are... Oh, go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, we're looking at a distance for Mike on his takeoff of, I thought I heard on the radio, 77 feet, with Austin coming in at 104 on that takeoff there. So, wow, what an opportunity here for Micah. That will be very interesting. Now, we've got Jeff making his way to the line now with a takeoff roll of 148. Now, to contrast that with Micah's at 77, Jeff has his work cut out for him on this round.
Jeff heavy on the brakes there, and the wind picking up. We just saw 23 knots, 26 knots. Wow. So there is some heavier wind coming on through. Watching the replay here of Jeff Pohl. We're gonna go frame by frame. Oh, that's good. Yeah, it looks good.
Definitely a good one there, and 111 feet on his landing. So that puts Jeff solid on the board. So at least we have a score from him, but that takeoff will cost him. He'll be in third place. He won't be happy with that because I know Jeff Pohl, and he is a fierce competitor. Here comes Micah. I wonder, this is going to be an interesting landing with that fantastic takeoff. I wonder if he's just feeling it. He might push this one. He does have another opportunity, but this is his chance right here. It's good.
So heavy on those brakes, you can see them just giving out right at the end there, but it's so short, so worth it. Hashtag worth it. Now here's Jeff Whiteley.
Hashtag worth it indeed on Micah. So he came in with a fantastic landing, just rocketing him up a little bit with a combined score of 202 feet. Look how close he and Austin Clemens are with just a few feet separating them. Maybe the rule change was a good idea because the intent was to bring things closer together. And boy, 3 feet's pretty dang close, Ryan.
Yeah, that's about how far I am from my microphone. Not actually, I'm very close to my microphone.
Now Austin's got he's got a 104-foot takeoff roll on this one, which was an improvement on his last one. So it'll be very interesting to see him improve on his score. If he's able to do that, that'd be great. He did not get it in beta list last time. Let's see if he's able to do it this time. No beta.
I mean, he doesn't necessarily need it right now, the way the round is ending up.
Yeah, he's doing very well. You know, Austin is a skilled competitor. You know, one of the stories he told me is he saw the likes of myself and Kevin Quinn several years ago performing at Oshkosh, and it inspired him to compete and come out at STOL. So he is one of the examples of inspiring our youth to get out here and play with us. Just 3-4 years ago, he was in the stands, and now here he is, one of the top competitors at National STOL. So those of you watching at home or even here in person at Wayne America, take an opportunity to go and have a conversation with Austin. He is a very inspiring young man. Just really getting after his career in aviation. Very fun person to follow on social media. But, you know, he's out there doing what it takes, and his aviation journey is just beginning. I am excited to follow him as he makes his way through whatever he does in his career.
Just got a little bit of an update that Stephen Hewitt, remember from the rookie class, there goes Jeff Pohl taking off there. Stephen Hewitt from the rookie class, who had that brake issue, that has been repaired. So we're going to see Stephen fly his runs a little bit later today in a different heat a little bit later today. Now here's Micah.
Absolutely. Certainly good news about Steve, and I wanted to see him, and really what I want to see is the grudge match between father and son. So I'm really looking forward to seeing who is flying that same exact aircraft better. So here comes Jeff Whiteley pulling up to the line in Beast.
Really, we've seen it a little bit today, but this is very easy to show. Look how far to the left he is with the aircraft, trying to use some of that lateral range to be more into the crosswind.
Yeah, you can see all the pilots taking advantage of that today. They're all lining up very, very left because that wind is coming from the right. Absolutely correct there. Here's Austin Clemens.
So seeing some interesting on the takeoffs here. We saw a little bit improvement from takeoff 2 to takeoff 3 for Jeff Pohl. Micah not really putting in his best score this round, nor did Jeff Whiteley, but Austin Clemens shortening it aggressively. Here's Jeff Pohl now on the landing. Austin Clemens shortening up his takeoff. His best previous was 104. This round, this flight loop around 87-foot takeoff for Austin. So really, not giving any quarter to his fellow competitors right now.
That's true. Austin never does. All right, here we go. Micah making a beautiful low approach into Wayne America, making his way towards the line. As we look at those scores, Austin Clements, a commanding lead in the backcountry class. leading with an over 40-foot advantage against Micah Lindstrom. But Micah has a chance here to maybe tighten things up a little bit. Austin not making it easy. That was a fantastic landing. I think he will be very happy with that one.
Watching that replay,
Nope.
it was close. Oh, so after review, they're calling it a scratch.
Yeah, that's a bummer for Micah. I know that was his best landing of the day, looked like, but it will not count.
See Lexi on the line on that one going like, I want the camera to check that one out. It was close.
Absolutely. Nice landing.
There's a close one for Jeff.
Yeah. Line official, she doesn't know on that one either. We're going to have to go to the replay on that one too.
We're watching for that right now as Austin's coming in on short final.
Yeah. Oh, fourth try wasn't a charm. Here's Austin. His landing is good. Nice and short for Austin Clemens. Very, very well short of the 75-foot mark. So, combined with that really short takeoff, he's going to have a dramatic improvement in his score. And we did get a word on Jeff's landing. It was good. He came in at a 197-foot landing. So 3 competitors in that round got a score on the board. Unfortunately, Micah Lindstrom with his scratch puts him in second place. Austin Clemens taking the lead and holding on tight and advancing a little bit. That was an interesting round of in the backcountry class, Ryan.
It was interesting, and we're interested to see how it shakes out, because I think this is the first time we've seen Austin and Jeff kind of fight against each other in competition. Jeff and Micah in particular are at almost every National STOL event, and they're duking it out every time. So this will be interesting to see how this nets out tomorrow. Everyone's going to bring different things to the table. Austin kind of, handily with those short landings. I mean, a 61-foot landing, that is impressive in any aircraft. That's kind of incredible. So
Absolutely.
That is how it's going to shape up for the backcountry class. Again, like you mentioned, Corey, Austin in first place there. All four of them. It's looking like that last landing from Jeff was also a scratch. But all 4 of them moving on to the finals tomorrow in the backcountry class here at Wayne, America. While we get set for the next round of competition, it's time to talk about our friends at AirTech Coatings. So we've got about a 10-minute break while we get ready to gear that up. AirTech Coatings. AirTech Coatings, you've got to check out all their aircraft coatings that they have. They are really in charge of that wet look, right? They take that wet look that you see on a lot of aircraft and just make paint fly. So AirTech Coatings, really appreciate all of their sponsorship help. Really been a long-time partner of National STOL. And if you see an AirTech, a shiny airplane, let's call it, you see a shiny airplane, it's probably been painted with AirTech Coatings. Let's also talk about McFarlane. We talked about McFarlane props. They are on a few of the various aircraft you're going to see in front of you today. They're returning for the second year sponsoring National STOL. McFarlane is a diversified manufacturing company that specializes in providing affordable, high-quality FAA PMA components. They're the U.S. distributor of those MT propellers that you're seeing on these aircraft. You need a replacement part for your aircraft or new propeller, be sure to check them out in Baldwin City, Kansas. And McFarlane provides the gift certificates for class winners at each event. And last, but certainly not least, we should talk about Aero LED. They're an industry pioneer in the LED-based aerospace lighting. designed and manufactured in Boise, Idaho. Aero LEDs are state-of-the-art LED aircraft lighting solutions, and we heard earlier that they are used in all sorts of aviation applications. So we really appreciate the support of Aero LED. They've got gift certificates for first through third place in the unlimited class, which we're going to see a little bit later today. So Corey, we are now headed, as I look at my all of my various screens I have here to manage all this information.
Adventure.
We are headed to the adventure class. We've got 2 heats in the adventure class, but wondering if you have any insight from being on the ground there at Wayne, America for this upcoming class.
This is, what I consider one of the funnest classes. If I was flying today, this would be the competitors that I would be going up against since I'm flying a Carbon Cub. I'm really, really excited to see some of these competitors. One to watch is Kathy Page in her brand new shiny Carbon Cub. This is her first competition in that aircraft. She formerly, as you know, Ryan, has been competing in a Clipper. So this is going to be a vast difference in performance for her. So she's definitely one to put a little note on. But another fun airplane. And I don't know if he actually has made it here today because I haven't seen him. I hope he's here because he didn't make the pilot briefing. Is Clint Busenich from South Dakota in that custom Badlands Traveler. Always super fun to watch him fly. Those are 2 that I'm really excited to see in this round.
Yeah, and the word from race control is that he has not arrived yet. But yeah, that Badlands Traveler, super interesting aircraft to see
and that makes it interesting
fly.
for the finals, doesn't it? So, hopefully that all shakes out. What a bummer. Clint was going to be a fun one to see. If I had a second choice on that second round, let me pick somebody from that second round. Eddie Sanchez, he's flying a borrowed airplane today. And so, Eddie Sanchez is going to have a unique opportunity to fly a borrowed airplane. His aircraft is under construction, so normally he's going to compete in his Highlander, but he's flying a Cub today, borrowed. He's actually never flown it with the heel brakes. He's not super familiar, had a little conversation about that. I'm really excited to see Eddie Sanchez and his performance today in that second round here in the adventure class as well.
The other kind of grudge match that you're going to see today in the adventure class is the classic Legend aircraft versus the Carbon Cub kind of grudge match. You've got the 2 leaders in the adventure aircraft space, and obviously Legend aircraft, like we mentioned earlier, a sponsor of National STOL. You see them there at the front there, the MOACs, the mother of all Cubs. Really great to see them on the field. And I heard from them that they will be doing some serious modifications back and forth between National STOL and STOL Drag. Occasionally, even for STOL Drag, they'll pull the slats off of these aircraft so they fly a little cleaner for that drag race type format. So that'll be exciting to see. The other one to watch in that adventure class, we mentioned it at the top of the show, is Colin Kaniva. He's the hometown favorite because he's from around these parts, and so Colin Kaniva actually made the switch from a Carbon Cub to a Legend aircraft MOAC this season, and we saw him competing in it at Swamp STOL, and he was getting used to it at the time. He said, "Hey, I love it. It's different, and I just need to learn it still." He didn't have a ton of time in it. I'm sure now we've had a few months since that event. He's had a lot more time to get behind the stick of that MOAC, that mother of all Cubs. So it's going to be fun to see that as well.
Yeah, this is really one of the, I got to be honest, this is one of the best looking lineups that we will have today, filled with Cubs of all different varieties. So this is going to be a very fun experience for us all to witness. Kyle Bushman bringing up the biggest of the Cubs in that big backcountry Super Cub. He's definitely going to be the heaviest, but if I know Kyle, he's going to be very competitive against the Legends in the Carbon Cub. Man, I just can't tell you how excited I am, and as they turn their propellers into the wind across the field here today, it's beautiful, and we've got great winds. The conditions are fantastic. As we have a moment here, make sure you slather on some of that sunscreen. The sun is out. It's very hot out here today. Make sure you stay hydrated and make it a great experience for everybody. Take care of yourself, and those of you watching on the live stream, you as well. This is certainly a lot of fun for us to bring this kind of content to you and bring it to you live.
So while we get ready to go here, let's talk about the lineup here. The first heat of Adventure Class. It's our Foxtrot heat, by the way. We've gone through that many heats so far today in qualifying here at the Wayne America Fly-In. Brian Steck is going to lead the charge this time, followed by Colin Kaniva, followed by Kathy Page in that orange and gray Carbon Cub, followed then by Kyle Bushman, and I believe Bruce Graham in a Carbon Cub FX3 will be tailing this heat. And then in the next heat, the Gulf heat, you're going to see some of these other varied aircraft as well. You're going to see a Super Cub. You're going to see a couple Super Cubs, actually. Not going to see Clint in the Badlands Traveler, the Cessna Cub, as it's sometimes called. But we'll also see a Kit Fox 7, which we've got a bunch of Kit Foxes in competition today, but that is the only one in the Adventure Class. So you can see the pilots are all in position, some of them idling and getting warmed up, others just chilling, waiting to be released by race control. But it's going to be a fun one here in the Adventure Class coming up shortly. And while we get ready to release, folks, let's take a look at the weather. Wanted to look here at what the latest forecast is. Right now, the forecast for Wayne Municipal Stan Morris Field, we haven't talked too much about elevation, right? But elevation, we've got an elevation of pretty low, right? Where the field's only 1,432 feet above sea level, but it is hot. So let's take a look. What's the density altitude? 2,989. So not nothing, but nothing to sneeze at either. In terms of what's forecast, the current terminal area forecast shows winds 140, 14 to 21. I would say that we are, looking at our live weather station on the field, we're seeing lower baseline winds, but still gusting quite high. You can see right now we've got 2 knots, 3 knots showing up on that weather station. So variable is always a little more challenging for folks in terms of what they have to deal with. STOL competitors love just a heavy, aggressive, right down the runway wind because they can get incredibly slow ground speeds and shorter landing distances. So we're going to take a break for just a second. We're going to go to commercial while we get prepped for the Adventure Class. Hey, everyone, thank you so much for joining us, by the way, for qualifying here at Wayne America. Corey and I are having a blast, and we are getting ready to wrap up the competition with just a few more amazing and exciting STOL heats. So Adventure Class is going to start in 2 minutes. We will see you then.
When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.
Okay, we are back here at Wayne, Nebraska with National STOL for the Wayne America Fly-In. The first time that National STOL has been here at Wayne America, and it's so exciting to be here. My name is Ryan Dombrowski, aka Super Arrow. Go look me up on all the socials while you hang out with us. Below me on the screen is Corey Robin, aka Fly Corey, and Eric, who's eating. Eric Farewell, who's eating in the booth there. Eric, one of the owners of National STOL.
Been running around with my head cut off, getting these guys ready and rocking and rolling, and these competitors are bringing the heat today, man. I love watching these big shootouts. I mean, we knew that Austin and Micah and Jeff were going to be tight, and to see the scores come through, it is tight indeed. And Micah is actually sneaking into the box right now, trying to see the scores. I hate for the bad news to hit him. You know, it's one of those things.
He's taking a photo of it. Does he know he's on camera? We're catching him in the act there.
It was so close, bro.
Close. And look at him. You can see the disappointment in his eyes. The tears are forming. We got to be very cautious with the audio now as it becomes less and less family friendly as the pilots discover their scores.
All right. Looks like the engines are rolling. We have the green flag from the Air Boss. So we're going to bring these beautiful first two airplanes are the fancy ones, the beautiful Legend Cubs. This first one comes from Texas. This is Brian Steck. Had a fun time with him yesterday morning, nailing some sandbars, doing what we do. Brian's a skilled pilot. I loved flying alongside of him, watching him nail some sandbars in some extremely rough terrain. Fully loaded, has his wife on board with him. Just nailed everything we put in front of him. It is so much fun to get these airplanes out into the wild when we're done here with National STOL. But I got to tell you, we're about to see some really fun competition in this round.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty intense. And folks, if you thought the landings were short, they're going to be even shorter here in the adventure class. There he goes, mowing the lawn and taking off short. That's Brian Steck throwing the gauntlet right in the first takeoff of the adventure class.
All right, here's one of my favorite human beings on the entire planet. This is Colin Kaniva. He's one of the actual workhorses of this event, the Wayne America Fly-In. He's one of the... Wow! That was a great takeoff from Colin there. He loves this new aircraft. A lot of learning curve, as you mentioned before. So it'll be kind of interesting to see how the things shake up. Now, here is another one to watch. Kathy Page in number 85. Longtime competitor in STOL drag and the National STOL, but in a different airplane. And she just flew it right off. Maybe a little bit more conservative, strategy for Kathy today is, she wants to qualify. Tell us how the qualifiers are going to work, because there's a lot of people in this field.
Yeah, so again, qualifying today, we're going to take the top 5 scores. So again, that's, and I'll run through how this is scored in case you're new to the stream. We've been doing this for a few hours, Corey. I should probably regroup with people on how this stuff all works. But basically, the top 5 competitors from each class today will move on to the finals. 42 pilots today competing for a chance to get into the finals tomorrow.
Absolutely. And now you can see some definitely different strategies. You saw with the 170s in the previous round where they would bring the tail up really, really high. And you notice both Kathy Page and Bruce Graham sails on the ground for their takeoff rolls. And I just have to wonder if that technique is going to pan out for them. But here comes Brian Steck. big, huge gust right there, and I'm feeling another one on my back right now, and it's probably going to hit him right in his flare. That's going to help him out quite a bit. Brian Steck.
And you were not wrong. I saw 25. Race Control just sent me a number. What was that number? I almost heard. I wonder if they said 35. Did you say 35?
Ryan, it was a big gust, and I didn't see it on the screen because I felt it on my neck. It was one of the biggest gusts of the day, and I don't know if that's going to help Brian or hurt him, but he did put in 104 feet on that landing. And here comes Colin. Very similar aircraft. Colin has a little bit of an advantage, and his takeoff was 2 feet shorter than Brian's. So he has an opportunity here in yet another pilot with a new airplane here today at National STOL. Here comes Colin in that beautiful airplane.
The landing there was Brian Steck's landing had a 35 knot gust. Yeah. So we'll see if that helped him.
Calvin going not Calvin. I had a conversation with Colin in depth about his son, Calvin, who's in the Navy, and we were talking about him for over an hour the other day. And so I'm having so many brain farts today referring to Colin as Calvin. But Colin going for quite a ride there, bouncing it home. That's going to cost him a little bit of distance on his landing roll. So he and Brian are going to be shooting it out the next 2 rounds. Here comes Kathy in the Carbon Cub.
So just to wrap up those first 2 landings, Brian Steck currently in first of 2 with 169, and Colin a little bit behind him with 180. Here's Kathy now. Looks safe over the line from my angle. She's heavy on the brakes. You can see the judges in the booth already working the replay. We'll see what they say. I might have called it wrong. And the judges have decided that, I believe, is a scratch. We're watching the replay one last time. Yeah, that's a scratch for Kathy, which is a bummer on the first one. Pretty good showing there. Otherwise, would have been around a 220-foot-ish combined score. Kyle Bushman now on short final. Look at those wheels just dangling down. Can he hold it off? Ooh, that's a close one too. He didn't stop.
I think he thought he scratched, so maybe he didn't stop. But here comes Bruce Graham in that beautiful yellow Carbon Cub today. Bruce is a skilled pilot, flown very many aircraft, long airline career. Beautiful, smooth landing. Very conservative technique and conservative flying from Bruce today. I'm playing around with the prizes here in the booth. I don't know if you...
Bushman did not scratch, but he thought he did, and he kept rolling. Well, if you roll, then we don't know where you stopped, obviously, because you kept going. So he now was given a 500-foot landing distance on that, what would have been a competitive score. So it's always important to treat every landing like you did it the right way, because he actually did that time, even though he thought maybe the opposite and rolled out. So... kind of a bummer there for Kyle, but he's got 2 more landings and takeoffs to get things figured out. Okay, so now we got to talk about that helmet that you were wearing temporarily, and Corey took the helmet off because I was yapping, and now he's got to throw it back on. So Corey is wearing beautifully a wonderful Lift Aviation helmet, if I'm not mistaken. And look at that. He looks all Top Gun over there, all Mr. Maverick, looking real great. So Corey is wearing that helmet. There he is on the screen. Corey, you look great. Do you feel great?
You know, this lift helmet is very comfortable. If you're in the market for a flight helmet, Lift Helmets is one of the options. I will also be demonstrating the flighthelmet.com helmet as well in a moment.
You're getting some love on social for that, Corey. They said you are a natural problem child, and they love it. And there's Brian Steck with an incredible takeoff. Love watching these MOACs fly.
Yeah, when I had the helmet on, I couldn't hear a thing, so I hope you heard what I said. But that was a fantastic takeoff from Brian there.
What I said.
56 feet from Brian Steck in the Legend Cub. And here's Colin. Nice. Oh, so much fun playing with these helmets, Ryan. And I got to tell you, this is some quality prizes for National STOL competitors. You know, that's motivation for you. Both of these helmets are very lightweight, very beautifully constructed, and I enjoy playing with them.
Is that one that you've got there, and we can see you again now, Corey, is that one that you've got there, that's the flighthelmet.com helmet?
Yeah, this is the flighthelmets.com helmet. They both have really cool visors you can pull down. Flighthelmets.com seems to be more of like a tactical feel to it. Whereas the lift helmet seems to be a little bit more of a civilian design, but both very lightweight. They're both super comfortable and both happen to be in my size, I think. I wish I was out there competing, but I'm out of the running for these. But if you have a noggin like me, you want to protect it with flighthelmets.com or Lift, both generous supporters of National STOL. Thank you guys for your generous support of National STOL.
Getting some takeoff distances in while Corey and I are chatting about helmets here. Brian Steck with a 56-foot takeoff this round. Colin Kneva 1 foot longer with 57 feet right behind him. We just saw, let's see, Kathy Page had an 89-foot takeoff. Kyle Bushman with 64 feet, so a massive improvement from his previous takeoff. And he's just got to remember to hit the brakes when he lands. And then last but not least, Bruce Graham also now sub 100 with 96 feet. Here is Brian Steck coming in on approach, pulling back, flaring, kind of, and hitting the brakes. That was a short one. Wow.
Yeah, that was fantastic, Ryan. I think he's going to be very pleased with that. I'm waiting to hear the official word from the replay. Let's see. Oh, easy.
Right
easy
on the
money.
line. Perfect.
So with the combined score of 101 on that round for Brian, that is fantastic. That's a Legend Cub pulling a nearly 100-foot combined score. That is amazing. Dropping the hammer on Colin Kneva on his final approach. Colin had a fantastic takeoff as well at 57 feet. Let's see if he can put in a really short landing here.
Just hovering it in there, just holding it off. Really solid looking from my side of things. And another short landing, but will it be shorter than Brian Steck?
Yeah, we'll wait for the official word, but that did look really, really good for Colin, putting him really close in contention for that first place. That is really good for Colin, especially since he is in a new aircraft. And speaking of new aircraft, another one with Kathy Page in the beautiful, orange being one of my favorite colors. I am not mad at her selection of paint scheme. Great landing for Kathy Page. She told me she put on these small tires for STOL drag. That's why they're a little bit smaller. She was a little bit embarrassed by how small they are because she said it looked funny. But I disagree. I think there's no such thing as a Cub that looks funny. I think they're gorgeous. I'm just a big fan.
Notice there on the replay that Kathy's tail wheel did touch before the line. that doesn't matter. I just want to point that out for everyone, viewers in the crowd and at home. The tail wheel can do whatever it wants as long as the main wheels touch after the line. And you'll actually see some of our competitors, if conditions are right, they'll actually drag that tail, no pun intended, before the line to help start slowing them down while they keep the mains in the air. Here is Kyle Bushman now.
Yeah,
really great takeoff with 64 feet.
Yeah, absolutely, which is fantastic for that big airplane. It's much bigger than the rest as far as the size. If you have an opportunity to stand next to this airplane, it is imposing. It's a very large aircraft. So I think he'll be happy with his performance. That might be one of his shortest takeoffs to date. And so I want to go back to you talking about Kathy and her tail wheel touching before the line. So if we're throwing out the third wheel, does that also mean for a trike airplane, does the nose wheel not count either?
I'll have to serve that up to the judges to clarify, but I would love to see someone do.
Yeah, let's send that to the race officials. I want the official word. Like, I don't know how you would, how do you get a nose wheel to touch first? But I guess it's possible. But if your nose wheel touches before the line without your mains, is it still good?
Race control just whispered in my ear that if someone's able to pull it off, they will call it good.
So the third wheel doesn't matter. Here we go, the official scores. Why don't you give them to us, Ryan?
So check out how tight things are getting here. Brian Steck with a combined score of 111. Colin Kaniva, 116. Then we've got a little bit of a gap, but not much of one. Kyle Bushman, 157. Kathy Page in fourth right now with 212. And Brian Graham holding at that 279. He actually scratched that last round. So we've got one more round for him to try to move up a little bit. Again, we want these first heat competitors in the classes. They always want to get, I think the pressure's on a little bit more because they don't know what's coming up behind them. So they want to get a really solid score to protect themselves from getting bopped out of the finals tomorrow.
And you're absolutely right. We still have an another round of competitors in this class. The likes of Jody Card flying that Kit Fox Model 7. I think she's, I think we're looking at some contention here for that first place, even in the next round. You got Eddie Sanchez, he's new to his aircraft as well. This is just a really interesting field in the adventure class this year here at Wayne. Justin Tisdale on social media chiming in on our previous discussion about the nose wheel touching. Deal.
This deal, I'll make it happen.
Oh my goodness, that would be amazing.
Well, I just don't come at me, bro, if it ends poorly.
Hey, if anybody can do it, it's Justin with those giant tires on his aircraft. Here's Brian again with a takeoff. It feels, and I'm not looking at the weather at all, but it kind of feels like things are kind of in a smooth mode right now as far as the wind. I haven't felt a lot of gusty conditions. It just kind of is sitting here between, say 6 or 7 and 10 knots or so. Very nice afternoon. Wow, that was a fantastic takeoff by Colin Kaniva. Loud and proud here in Wayne, America.
And that just goes back to what you were talking about before, Corey, right? About how conditions can change so quickly, right? And we the opening of this heat, we saw a 35 knot gust. And now we're smoothed out to, I'm seeing 5 knots.
Yeah, I mean, we're back into backyard barbecue weather here. It's just gorgeous here in Wayne, Nebraska. Kathy Page just flying it off like she's on a Sunday afternoon cruising around.
So here comes Kyle Bushman now with a 157-foot run 2.
And then watch the contrast in technique between Kyle and Kathy. Kathy kind of flew the airplane smoothly off the ground while Kyle kind of repels the earth from his wheels. You know, I just really love the live feed broadcast. It really gives you a glimpse into what they're doing in the cockpit. And you can see Bruce Graham's left hand here on the flap handle. Didn't even use much flap for that takeoff. And he doesn't lock in the notches. He's one of the pilots in those Carbon Cubs. He uses those flaps more of a control surface than anything else. He uses a lot of feel as he goes through his flying regimen. Here comes Brian Steck on his short final. What a fast-paced round this one is.
They must be keeping the patterns tight. Whoa, with style.
Yeah, being a little aggressive. Brian Steck got a little bit of a wing drop there. That right wing coming down. But that's why we practice out here in the backcountry, or practice here in a controlled environment for the backcountry. And those shock
Making
monster
those
shocks
work.
Yeah, doing their job. Beautiful job by Brian Steck, showing us how it's done. A little bit wild and rowdy. We're still getting used to doing this whole remote thing between Ryan and I, so we apologize. I tend to do a little bit of talking over him because there's a momentary delay between the two of us. But here comes Colin Caneva in that beautiful green airplane. Nice low approach. He's very slow. He's being aggressive with this one. Wow!
No way.
Yeah, hearing the crowd's reaction, everybody erupted with hoops and hollering and applause. That was a fantastic performance from Colin. We're looking at a distance, we're looking at the replay here, of 64 feet on that landing. So that's going to put him right there with Brian Steck.
There are a lot of sandbars that are a lot longer than 64 feet.
Oh, my goodness. You know, you have an airplane that performs like that Legend Cub just performed. You have a virtually infinite playground in the wild. Here's Kathy Page making it happen. Very close, but yet a good landing from Kathy Page. You know, one thing you note about Kathy's flying is she seems to be quite a bit smoother in the Carbon Cub this year than she was with the Clipper. I wonder if she's feeling that price tag pressure. I got to keep this airplane safe.
I just like how she's got those brakes totally locked up. I mean, she's just sliding through the turf there.
Yeah, a little bit different going from a $30,000 airplane to a $250,000 airplane, you know? Oh, now here comes the master craftsman, Ragwood Reef Factory's finest, Kyle Bushman in the Backcountry Super Cub. You know, Kyle is one of my favorite competitors. I just love the artwork that he puts out to the industry. He specializes in classic and rare aircraft. Oh, he was working so hard, so slow. A scratch for Kyle Bushman. He won't be happy with that one. But you know what? He'll have a smile on his face either way because, boy, he put in a great showing today with 2 sub 100 feet in his second round, keeping him really competitive.
Currently in third place, Kyle.
Now we've got to see a little bit better performance here from Bruce Graham or he's going to be eliminated. I don't know if that 279 feet's going to hold up because we have some really good competitors still yet to play. Here comes Bruce.
Giving up a little bit on the landing, but everyone in this round also like pretty accurate on the line. That's been really impressive to see. There's a lot of precision happening.
Yeah, you know, especially with Bruce and Kathy, you're seeing 2 very skilled pilots. They're used to flying for the airlines, so you're seeing a lot of smooth control movements, just very precision flying. You know, that's the kind of flying we would expect from the adventure class.
So that completes the first heat of the adventure class here, and qualifying for National STOL's adventure here at Wayne America, the Wayne America Fly-In. We're going to take a 5-minute little break while we reset for the next heat. In the next heat, you're going to see some Super Cubs, and you're going to see a Kit Fox and some other beautiful things flying. So hang tight to see how this one shakes out. If we look at the current standings, like Corey just mentioned, you have Bruce Graham kind of on the bubble right now with 279, a very respectable score, but not sure it's going to be enough to hold him. The next in line to get bumped is Kathy with 212 combined for her best score. That was her second run. And then up at the top, Brian Steck and Colin Kaniva just 5 feet apart, which is kind of insane. It's kind of insane to see what they're doing in those Legend Aircraft MOACs. So that sets the stage for the second heat. The people in... We've got the people getting ready to go in the Super Cubs and this Kit Fox by Jody. So it's going to be a really exciting one to see wrap up in just a minute. While everyone is waiting here in Wayne, America, we should just rename the town Wayne, America. If you're waiting here in Wayne, what we'd love for you to do is go visit the merchandise tent at National STOL. You see the National STOL merchandise tent there. Go check out all the stuff we have. We've got some, event-specific stuff that's worth checking out. I wish I had one on right now. Go check that out. Supports the series. Make sure that we can provide a safe environment and entertaining environment for you to enjoy this. If you're not in Wayne and you're watching this online, make sure to check out nationalstol.com for links to all the different ways you can support the series. In addition to that, we should talk a little bit more about some of our sponsors who also make all of this happen. You can see a lot of propellers spinning around right now on the screen. One of them we can talk about is Hartzell Propeller. So Hartzell Propeller, global leader in advanced aircraft propeller design. Again, I just found out reading this underwriting last time that it was founded between a relationship between Orville Wright and Robert Hartzell back in 1914. The first Hartzell airplane propeller was in 1917. So that company's founding principle of built on honor, it's central to their corporate values, and we really appreciate their help. First through third place class winners at each event win entries into a drawing for a Hartzell Voyager prop at the end of the season. While we're talking props, you're going to see these props in the next class, Duke Propellers, run on. Check out Hal Stockman's plane and Justin Tisdale, who you saw earlier, his aircraft. Duke Propellers, designed in France and assembled in the USA. Duke Propellers offer a complete range of aeronautical carbon-made propellers for light sport airplanes. As the company's first North American subsidiary, Duke Propellers USA is conveniently located on Sebring Airport in Florida. And last but not least, let's talk about Sarasota Avionics. They're a long-term partner of National STOL. They provide excellent prizes for us. That Garmin watch, the Garmin InReach, which is a great safety tool, USB chargers that people can put into the panels, also by Garmin. So that's Sarasota Avionics, authorized Garmin dealer, the #1 aircraft avionics installing dealer in the nation for panel mount GPS avionics systems. They're your one-stop shop for your next avionics upgrade. And while we're waiting for things to cut loose, we'll also give a shout out to USA Trailers Direct. Look at Corey sitting pretty in that USA Trailers Direct trailer, looking great. They provided the trailer where all the magic happens in the production here. Really appreciate their help there. They've got locations in Colorado, Oklahoma, and Georgia. Flexible financing, convenient locations, and knowledgeable staff to help you find the trailer of your dreams. So there's Corey in that USA Trailers Direct trailer. We appreciate all of their help as well. Now, let's set the stage for the second heat of the adventure class. So, Corey, wondering what you think heading in. So we just saw MOAX, we just saw Carbon Cubs, we saw the beast that Kyle Bushman put together with the MT prop by McFarlane on the front of his. In this next heat, we've got some Super Cubs, and if we wanted wax poetic, we could wax poetic also. We wax poetic about the J3. We could do the same thing, I think, probably about the Super Cub.
Bring the supers to the line. We've seen the experimentals. Now we're going to see the certified Super Cubs. It's really exciting. We've got Eddie Sanchez in that yellow Super Cub there. That's a borrowed airplane for Eddie. First time he's ever flown hill breaks in a competition. He's not very used to it, so it'll be interesting to see his consistency there. Then a couple of experimentals to bring up the rear here in this round, and then a makeup entry in the blue and yellow aircraft in that RANS. So very exciting round here today. Pulling up to the line is Keith Lang in the Piper PA-18 from Wasilla, Alaska. I'm really excited. These are the workhorses in the bush. These are the guys, these are the type of airplanes you see flying around the caribou and the moose and all the hunters in Alaska, and providing that critical infrastructure and critical transportation services to remote villages and things like that all over the place in Alaska. Those remote villages are a thing out there. They're still doing it. And that's where the term bush pilot came from, is providing critical services to remote locations out in the wild. So really great aircraft to see showcased here today for you here at National STOL. Here's Eddie Sanchez. Beautiful takeoff.
So that's Rick Boardman. We've seen Rick Boardman fly that aircraft.
Yep, absolutely.
In the season earlier. So that's his aircraft that Eddie borrowed, and great to see that camaraderie and sportsmanship. Now I believe here's Joseph Card in the 2011 Kit Fox 7. Look at that.
That was a heck of a takeoff. That thing is a performer.
You know, it's weird for all the popularity of the Kit Fox, particularly the Kit Fox 7, right? I think right now there are multiple year delay in trying to order one of those aircraft. We haven't seen too many of them on the National STOL circuit yet.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And here is Stephen Hewitt in that beautiful 2000 RANS S7.
Thanks to Take One Film and Video. Great coverage, guys. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you giving us the kudos on social there.
Yeah, you know, it takes a whole team to put together this broadcast. As you can tell, we've got good on-screen graphics and multiple camera angles. Great production value. Ryan and we got it easy. All we got to do is talk every now and then. But here comes Bruce Graham. I'm starting to feel the conditions coming into play once again. The winds are becoming more and more gusty. That's going to play a factor in this round. I don't know how it's going to compare to our previous round of competitors in this same class, but we'll see. And Keith Lang is about to drop it in. His takeoff a little bit longer than the previous rounds, being at 173 feet, so he does have his work cut out for him to qualify for the finals tomorrow.
Hold it off.
Yeah,
but
looks
we did
good.
It.
You know, really interesting winds here. You know, it almost feels like it completely dropped off, no wind for a moment, and then picked right back up. So that is definitely a challenge for these competitors.
Got to modulate the brakes right there, getting used to those heel brakes that you mentioned, Corey, but he's got it stopped.
Absolutely. Eddie Sanchez, no stranger to STOL competitions, and so that's why he feels comfortable jumping into an unfamiliar airplane and playing around with it here at National STOL.
Love seeing that line up in the sky of all the aircraft on final and turning base to final there.
Yeah, spacing looks good. You know, the Kit Fox, a very distinctive approach profile visually with those flapperons hanging down below the wing. Yeah, that was a good one. Everybody really trying hard to get their scores in as he gets very aggressive on the brakes to try and prevent that last couple of feet of landing roll.
It's a fine dance there. Watching that on replays, he's got him locked up, just sliding along. Stick full back, just trying to keep that tail down.
All right, and here's our competitor from the rookie class, Stephen Hewitt, kind of watching to see if there's going to be some sort of a grudge match emerge between him and his dad, Rod, and it looks like there is, actually. He is putting in really good numbers. To contrast, his dad's first takeoff was 87 feet, and Stephen's first takeoff was 71 feet. Coming in with the landing very, very close. His dad at 93 and him at 96 feet. So father and son putting on quite a performance here today in National STOL. Oh, that's
and
the dad?
I think we have him confused.
Oh,
yeah,
I got him
think
backwards.
That's the dad.
Okay, got it. So that one's Steve. Oh, got it.
That one's Steve. Hey, in the chat, Corey, a question for you. Someone saying, Corey, curious if you are going to compete this weekend.
That's a great curiosity. The answer is no, I'm not going to compete this weekend. I do have my hands full here in the broadcast booth. And, I've sort of retired from the competition thing. I'll just take it out in the backcountry. So if you want to go flying with me, let's go out into the backcountry. But I don't know that my competition days are completely over. I'm not going to close the door on it. But this weekend, yes.
So going back and looking at the scores between Steve and his son Rod, they're close. They are close. Best run for Rod was 157. So far, Steve with 167, just 10 feet behind his son. So we'll see how that wraps up.
Yeah. Two more takeoffs and landings to go for him to close that gap. All right, Keith Lang bringing that nose nice and high. That was a great takeoff for him. Much shorter than his previous one from the looks of it. His landing fantastic at just 75 feet, and I think he shaved probably a good 50, 60 feet off of that takeoff as well.
You would be correct. It looks like about 70 feet off of that last takeoff for Keith Lang. Here's Eddie Sanchez now. Just floating into the air. Wind peaking a little bit there for him. Looks like, maybe closer to 11 knots. So a little bit of help from the wind, but not much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's Jody Card in the Kit Fox just powering up into the sky. Love watching that. Again, like I said, we haven't seen too many of those, and it's really exciting to see them compete.
It really is. So much fun to see the new innovations, the small incremental moves in advancing engine technologies. I really am convinced that the STOL community is on the cutting edge of general aviation right now. It seems to be what's hot right now and what's exciting because it's just so darn fun. And it's just really amazing to have discovered this and have an opportunity to not only improve your flying skills, you can simultaneously get better as a pilot while at the same time opening up and expanding your opportunities in landing in unimproved airstrips all over the globe. And being from Salt Lake City, Utah, I have an absolute playground over there. But no matter where you are in the country, this is definitely something that if you have a connection to nature, this might be your thing. And here comes Keith in that beautiful Super Cub. Every time I see one of these Super Cubs with the traditional bungee shocks, a white aircraft, I just think of, these are the workhorses in Alaska. You go anywhere in Alaska and there's just hundreds of these airplanes everywhere providing critical services all over the state.
Watching the replay here of that. Looked plenty good there. Yep, just over the line.
It's
Eddie
so exciting.
Sanchez now landing.
Yeah, so exciting to see the advancements in shock technology as well for backcountry aircraft. You're seeing this aircraft piloted by Eddie Sanchez actually does not have the traditional bungee shocks on there. He's got more modern Acme Aero Pro Series shocks on there, and that is a huge advancement. I believe they achieved that certification just this year, and that's very exciting. Here comes the Kit Fox. Oh, we're going to see a scratch on that one.
Looks like Joseph knows it. Just never stopping, just taxing on. Watch it on the replay now. Oh, yeah. Healthy scratch. Not the healthiest we've seen today, but a scratch nonetheless. Now here's Steven on short final, bringing it in low. It's going to cut the power. It looks like right over the line. I believe it's called good by our line judge there. Ooh, really close. They're bringing it up again. They're going to call it a scratch as well for that one. That was Stephen Hewitt with a scratch back in the rookie class. So that means that he's still that would have actually bested his nearly bested his son on that one, but he DQ'd that round with the scratch. So we'll see the father-son battle continues as our competitors flip around for one more run here into the adventure class. And while they do that, I'm going to talk a little bit about one of our sponsors. Let's talk about Rugged Radios. Rugged Radios have a background in off-roading and motorsport racing. Rugged Radios are designed for dependable communication in any environment, including the air. They help our air bosses, our line judges, and our staff communicate to keep each national STOL event running safely, efficiently, and accurately. So a big thanks to Rugged Radios for that. Also want to make sure that we talk about our friends at Flying Eyes. You saw it before. Corey's wearing a wonderful pair of Flying Eyes, big, super flexible, what do they call them? Temples, arms on them. There we go. Corey, show them off. Yeah, nice and flexible there, super comfy, and they slip in to your headset really smoothly, keeping a good connection so your ear only hears what it's supposed to hear. So that's Flying Eyes They've got a referral link up through National STOL. You can help out the series, and I think maybe get a discount. I don't know. Go check it out and find out. And we're back to the action with the Super Cub taking off like in a beautiful way that only Super Cubs can.
And the airplane just smiles when it takes off. All these airplanes are just so filled with joy. At least I am. All right, fast Eddie Sanchez. I'm really watching these weather conditions because something unique about Wayne, Nebraska this year is we have an opportunity potentially this evening to see the STOL drag for those of us that are in attendance here. And Eddie is one of the competitors for that. Very fun to watch. But, these winds are not making it easy to run that race today. Hopefully we can see that happen. Here comes the beautiful Kit Fox, orange being one of my favorite colors. I will always love orange.
53-year-old pilot Joseph Card has a couple years of flying experience now. Says he enjoys exploring new places by air. And whoa, that's a short takeoff.
Absolutely, putting down a great performance on that takeoff. I'll be really excited to see the results. Now, as we remember, the last landing for Joseph was a scratch. So with that 64-foot takeoff is the official result there. He's got an opportunity to come back around, put up some pretty good numbers.
That 64-foot takeoff, I mean, his best so far was 63 feet, and that's one of the shortest distances. I mean, you're talking about Colin Kaniva and Brian Steck in the first heat doing 50, mid-50 range takeoffs. So, Joseph's someone to watch for. Currently in fourth place. Right now, Bruce from the first has been pushed into seventh. We haven't really talked about that yet. But yeah, everyone's saying, let's go Jody. Jody Card there in the Kit Fox. Love to see that. So yeah, right now, unless anything changes, you've got Brian Steck, Colin Kaniva, Kyle Bushman, Jody Card, and Kathy Page moving on to the finals. But we still have some landings, of course.
And this might be it right here with Kathy Page on the bubble. This is Keith, his opportunity to knock her out. If he has that, if he does what we think he might have just done, Kathy might be in trouble with that 212 feet because he's closing the gap.
I'm watching this. I'm waiting for the score sheet to update.
I know. And Eddie is in the same position. If he puts up a really, on this round, it would be very difficult. In fact, with that landing, impossible for him to unseat Kathy. So it looks like, once we get the result back from Keith, that is so close. I'm not going to say it until you say it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here, and I wanted to update on the screen before I say it.
I know.
No one's going to believe me. No one's going to believe this.
Wow. Yes, please.
Oh, man. Look at that. It just updated on the screen. Keith, 2 feet behind Kathy. So Kathy is still currently safe in fifth to make it to the finals. Keith with a 2-foot heartbreak. Here in qualifying.
I think that's going to vex Keith. It's going to be really interesting around the bonfire tonight between Keith and Kathy.
2 feet. I mean, look at how tight this keeps being, right? We've got a 2-foot difference between qualifying for finals and not. And Keith, flying all the way from Alaska to compete this weekend too. That's going to sting a little bit, but also look how tight we are at the top of it, right? Yeah. 111 with Brian Steck and 116 with Colin Kaniva. That mostly what that should get you pumped for is how it's going to shake out tomorrow.
Yeah, the finals are gearing up to be very exciting tomorrow. Even Jody Card putting in a fantastic performance, solidifying his position in the finals tomorrow. And it looks like with that, our top 5 are set unless we get any changes from the officials. But it looks like Brian Steck, Colin Kaniva in second. Kyle Bushman, fantastic performance in the Backcountry Super Cup. Not easy day for him, but great numbers. Joseph Card and Kathy Page, we will see all those tomorrow in the finals.
And everyone wants to know, I'm sure, how it ended up between Rod and his dad, Steven. Steven, of course, the one at the controls during this round, now that they repaired that break, couldn't quite sneak up. But look at this. It's a trio of Hewitts in the rookie class now. So Rod Hewitt in first place with his score of 157. His dad just behind him. Alan Hewitt just behind him with 165, and another 2-foot split. Third place in the rookie class for qualifying Stephen Hewitt in that Rans S7. And then we have Kevin Dugan and John McCardle rounding out the rookie class with that new updated performance. So that wraps up both conveniently the rookie class and the adventure class for qualifying. And we have our finalists set next. Dudes and dudettes.
Can you feel it?
It is going to be really exciting. I'm hearing hot off the presses what? Hot off the presses what in my ears?
Well, we're hearing some airplanes start up that might have some revers. We got the revers coming out. We've got the likes of Hal Stockman. We've got the performance of Steve Henry. And we've got the skill set of the man, Dan Reynolds. We've got the heavy hitters. This is going to be good.
So I was totally distracted because race control went in my ear and they said, hot off the presses, we're going to let Keith fly tomorrow.
Oh my goodness.
Because it's only 2 feet. So they're feeling very generous in race control. The judge is feeling very generous for that. So that's exciting. A little less heartache for him at the campfire tonight. But yes, the unlimited class, Corey, you were getting psyched up for it. And I was chatting with race control, the unlimited class. Check it out. Hal, Steve, Dan, it's gonna be dope.
Yeah, and going back to Keith Lang, that just warms my heart to see him be able to compete in the finals tomorrow. He did travel a long distance, and he put up some fantastic numbers. And keep in mind, this is a certified Super Cub with bungee landing gear, putting in the numbers against the experimentals. That's quite a feat. I love seeing that kind of performance, and it's the table. So congratulations to Keith for making the cut tomorrow. It was that close, being only 2 feet. Wow.
2 feet is nothing to sneeze at. Now, I think you were touching on this as we head over to Unlimited, but what is most exciting to me about Unlimited class right now is you have kind of like 3 totally different approaches to how people approach the STOL problem, right? You've got I don't know if you can take it from here, man. You know more about this than I do. Steve Henry, for example.
Yeah, you got Steve Henry, the master of performance and innovation, putting on these experimental high horsepower engines on his Highlanders. Then you've got the likes of Dan Reynolds bringing the little bit quirky, the Chinook from down there, from up there in the Yukon area, it seems like. And then you've got the man, the myth, the legend, Hal Stockman flying Lawnmower 3, probably one of the most affordable aircraft on the entire airport today, but he's in the unlimited class. So this is a testament to how you can compete with big dollars or a shoestring budget and really make it happen. I'm really excited to see these 3 competitors work it out today, Ryan.
Well, the other thing that's exciting too is that Hal returning to National STOL. He was supposed to be at Outlaw STOL just not even a month ago, maybe just weeks ago, it feels like, and suffered an engine failure en route to that competition. And so he landed on the side of the road and had to repair the aircraft and rebuild the engine. And here we are just a few short weeks later, and he's getting ready to compete today with his modified Rans S7. So in order of how they will perform for you today, folks, Hal Stockman in that 2018 Rands S7S, Steve Henry behind him in Yeehaw 8, the 2022 Wild West aircraft Yeehaw 8, all the way from Idaho, Dan Reynolds in the 1983 Chinook Valdez edition. By the way, speaking of Valdez, Dan literally, coming right from there basically to here. So these are some more of the legends of STOL. We'll talk more about them. By the way, if you don't have your earplugs, if you're in the crowd, earplugs or fingers in the ears would be a thing to consider during the unlimited class. It gets loud.
Absolutely. Get ready. It's about to get real. While we have a short break, make sure you visit the food truck. Stay hydrated. The merchandise booth is open. You can go to the nationalstol.com tent. You can also make your way to the main hangar next to the FBO and buy yourself some Wayne America gear. I'm sure the STOL drag guys are also on the field. In order to bring you these important and fun events, we need to support these vendors. This is important to the future of aviation. I'm very passionate about it, as you can tell. So please open your pocketbooks and also get some really rad merch at the same time.
While we're talking about this, Corey, I wonder if you could talk a little bit about, we can see on Steve's aircraft right there some flashing lights on the struts there. We've got some Aero LEDs. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about your experience with lighting like that on aircraft.
Aero LEDs, one of the sponsors of National STOL. Lights are important, and even for daytime use in the backcountry. One of the things I noticed yesterday as we were playing around with our little gaggle of bush pilots, we were flying into these sandbars, and it was a little hazy yesterday morning. So guess what? We flip on the wigwag like Steve Henry has on there. Really a safety enhancer. So we highly recommend high quality, bright LED aircraft lighting for your bush planes. Whether you fly day or night, always a good idea. It will enhance your safety, and you are worth it. We want you around. Aero LEDs, great sponsor. Check them out. Put some good bright lights on your airplane, enhance your safety, increase your visibility.
Awesome. So that's Aero LEDs. We can't thank them enough for supporting us. We can't thank Andrea Piano in social for joining us as well. Yeehaw 8! Yeah, get pumped. It's going to be exciting to see. You can see that they've had, I think they're on their second engine of the season, not from a maintenance issue, but from a performance. They just keep leveling up and improving. That's going to be really exciting to see. So get excited for that in the unlimited class. Before we head over there, just want to talk about a couple of our other sponsors. One, Flight Outfitters. They've got the bags, the knee boards, the accessories. All of the items in that line are driven by their passion for flight and enthusiasm for flight. Again, they provide the first through third place class winners with some really exciting prizes. There's a referral link, nationalstol.com. Check that out to pick up your Flight Outfitters products. AirTech Coatings. Man, you want to talk about making a plane shine. AirTech Coatings are available for kind of all your coating needs, covering needs. Robbie over there at AirTech Coatings, one of my most favorite airplanes I've ever seen, had a Cub with a Super Aero sticker on it, by the way. He honored me and put one of my stickers on it. But that teal and white and black aircraft competed a little bit last year. Saw it at Oshkosh too. Just a beautiful thing. So AirTech Coatings, thank you to them. And then McFarlane Aviation and MT Prop. They're back for a second year here at National STOL. And they're a diversified company that offers a lot of products, specializing in high quality FAA, PMA components, but they're also McFarlane is the U.S. distributor of MT Props. So really appreciate them. They've got gift certificates for the class winners at each of these events. So big thank you to McFarlane and MT Prop. We are going to head over to a quick commercial break here on the stream. So we'll be back for, get pumped. It's going to get loud. The unlimited class coming up
pumped.
Soon.
This is going to be good. We'll be right back.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolids installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver. Straight on through.
And we are back, and I can see on the cameras the beautiful crowd here in Wayne, Nebraska. Look at everybody just hanging out, watching this awesome aviation action. If you're in the crowd right now, we want to hear you. We can hear you on the mics. Come on, give us a hoot and holler. Are you ready for the Unlimited class? Rock on. Yeah, it's going to be super, super intense.
Yeah.
And I see someone, Race Control said I got to make sure I call out Rod Hewitt and his beautiful shirtless physique. So good job, Rod. You are putting in the work, and it looks good on you.
Your Rod's been cleaning his airplane over and over and over all week long. I think the ladies enjoy it.
So let's talk a little bit about who we have in the Unlimited class. An Unlimited class, just for folks, if you haven't tuned into National STOL before, things get really exciting here because anything goes, right? You've got 3 different totally modified, custom-built STOL race planes sitting there before you. And you've, like Corey mentioned before the break, you've got 3 different approaches to that. So let's talk a little bit who is in each of those planes. First, in that RANS S7S, Hal Stockman. That's the the white aircraft with the red letters from Elko, Nevada. He's part of the Oshkosh STOL demo team. And if you do a little Googling, you will find that he's known as the most famous man on the internet who's not on the internet. So Hal Stockman, great to see him again. Like we mentioned before, had that engine failure on the way to Outlaw STOL in Arizona, and has just totally rebuilt and gotten the plane up and running for today's competition. Behind him is Steve Henry in the Just Aircraft Highlander that he has highly modified. It's a Wild West aircraft / Just Aircraft Highlander. He's been flying and competing in those aircraft for a long time. Started flying in Highlanders in 2005. You may have seen the historic video, the Dead Stick takeoff video, which was filmed in his first Highlander. Yellow 44 is nicknamed Yeehaw. It's been one of the most recognizable backcountry aircraft in the world. This is the 8th one. So going to be exciting to see him compete. And then behind him in the Chinook Valdez Special, all the way back from 1983. It's the green on white one from Dawson in the Yukon. It's Dan Reynolds. He's been flying in Super Cubs and Cessna 185s. He's currently flying his highly modified 1983 Chinook aircraft. You know, we talked about a little bit, Corey, about how affordable the Rand's S7 is. The Chinook also quite affordable to get into, and I think they're Texas now. I did a little bit of Googling on it before, but just came off of competing in Valdez. He's got over 6,000 hours flying in the Chinook. So really excited to see all three of them. I've seen Steve Henry take off as short as 6 feet. I've seen Dan Reynolds land in less than the length of his airplane. So you're going to see a lot of different approaches in the Unlimited class. I think the only other thing I'll mention before I turn it over to you, Corey, for some thoughts is that in the Unlimited class, helmets are required. That's one of the differences. Anything goes. You can see them firing up right now. Anything goes from an airplane perspective, but because of that, all of our competitors need to be wearing a helmet to stay safe.
Yeah, and for those of you that may not be aware, when Ryan is talking about anything goes, anything that's legal goes. So you still have to fly an airplane that's legal. You can't be, putting solid rocket boosters on your engine. That would not necessarily be legal. But these guys are
I don't know. Someone could try it.
Let's do it. Who's going to put the SRBs on there, baby? But hey, it's about getting it done. And for Hal, it's about as much horsepower as you can squeeze out of a 985 platform and how light you can get. He shows up to the show with everything bolted to that airplane, and he offloads probably close to 1,000 pounds of gear, all sorts of spare parts. We had another competitor have a little bit of an issue with a fuel pump, and Hal had the spare parts for it in his kit. So we didn't even have to go to the store. So Hal is definitely one to watch with one of the most affordable aircraft on the field. And now we bring in Steve Henry with one of the most innovative aircraft on the field. And Steve will make an engine change for a 1% increase in advantage. And that's exactly what he's done in the last couple of weeks with Yeehaw 8. We're starting to see wing walkers come out because these are lightweight aircraft. Dan Reynolds, especially in the Chinook, you might see him have trouble even turning around in this wind. So you're going to see some wing walkers potentially out there grabbing a hold of the wing. So don't be alarmed if you see the vests out there giving these guys a little bit of a helping hand. That's by design. It's been briefed. It's on purpose. And it is actually safe. You can see here, if the camera can just kind of pan a little bit to the left, you can see the wing walkers demonstrating what I just talked about with Dan Reynolds' aircraft. He might even have a hard time turning around in this wind, but really exciting here. I'm beside myself excited. This is my first opportunity to see Dan in person go head-to-head with Steve and Hal. I cannot believe what's about to happen. It's going to be so much fun. The winds are great.
It's going to be
the weather's
incredible.
Perfect.
It's just like,
yeah.
I don't even have words. because this is like, you've got just three of the most exciting competitors in the circuit. I mean, you've seen it all day, right? We talk a lot about the STOL legends, and we've got a few STOL legends in each one of the classes. You've got some of the people who've been around a long time who are making a big difference and inspiring the next generation. And you've got three of those people right here. Here's Hal Stockman now taxing to the line. Lexi, our line judge, giving him exactly where to put his wheels. And the wind's died down a little bit, it looks like, Corey, right?
Yeah, it does feel quite a bit more calm than it was in previous rounds, but it's been off and on rowdy all day, and they've got 3 takeoffs and landings, so there's plenty of time for the conditions to change. And right as I say that, right after Hal's takeoff, as Steve's making his way to the line, a big gust comes through. So we're going to see it go from anywhere from, 3-4 knots all the way up to 20 plus. Here we go.
Oh, what?
It's just ridiculous. And, those of you watching on the live stream, you've really got to make an effort to come out in person to one of these national STOL competitions. You've got to see this in person. Come volunteer, help out, put on a vest, get involved. Now, here's Dan. This is my first chance to see him take off in person.
No way!
Unbelievable. I don't know, man.
Just in a rocket ship. And the other thing I wanted to point out was check out Steve Henry's takeoff. Like, I feel like the wheels maybe were locked even.
And
the
he
tires didn't even move.
Yeah, he does that all the time, Steve Henry. I've watched him practice in Napa, Idaho, where he's from, and he is the king of the locked brakes takeoff. He has so much horsepower, it overcomes the friction between the rubber and the road, and he's able to take off. Here comes Hal Stockman on short final. The winds are picking up. That's going to help their landings. Hal's got a little bit of a disadvantage, and he had the longest takeoff roll in the deadest wind, but now the wind's going to help him out on his landing. Unbelievable. He just cut his engine completely off.
Cut the engine, yeah, just kill all the thrust and get every little bit of drag he can.
Now, Steve Henry and Dan Reynolds only 3 feet separation from their takeoff. So here comes Steve Henry, no stranger to the pressures of competition, probably the most seasoned competitor in all of STOL. Bringing it in
Steve
nice
on
and
a
low.
Approach now. Yep. Trying to get that tail wheel down. He did. And just those new small knobby tires, I think, it's just a new secret little weapon innovation that's going to help him a lot.
Yep, just really making those incremental changes to make himself better. A lot of times, the top guy on the rung, he has to compete with himself, and Steve is hungry. I looked at him the other day, and I had a short conversation with him and his crew chief. He is every bit as hungry today in his innovations and his advancement in getting better as he was at day one. Here comes Dan Reynolds on a low approach as we're seeing some serious numbers as we watch that 40-foot landing from Steve Henry, which is crazy that I'm laughing that that's one of his longest.
No, and it's funny, like Dan is flying so slow right now that we could probably read a few underwritings in the time it's going to take him to go from short final to final approach here. But
isn't that a spectacle?
Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Unbelievable. Just making it look like it's absolutely effortless.
Holding it off.
Oh.
Ooh, they're calling that one a scratch in the booth, which is going to be a bummer for Dan.
Yeah, Dan
did have a really impressive takeoff at 22 feet. By the way, let me read those distances real quick for everybody. That last round, Hal Stockman, the first aircraft, 57-foot takeoff. Steve Henry, 19 feet. Dan Reynolds, 22 feet. And right now on the board, Steve Henry combined at 59 feet and Hal Stockman with a combined score of 115. Dan Reynolds DQ that round with the scratch.
Now, I expect quite a bit better performance from Hal Stockman on this next round. He usually purposefully plays it a little bit more conservatively on the first round, so I expect fully for Hal Stockman to throw down the gauntlet. Let there be no holds barred. Here comes Hal Stockman. He's hungry. He's thirsty. He is the kindest man you'll ever meet, but he does want to hand it to Steve Henry. He wants it, and he wants it bad. These guys have had a rivalry, a friendly rivalry for many, many years. I've known them for a lot of, I don't know how long I've known both of these guys, but they're both very, very fun people to be around. Such a great, healthy, competitive spirit and nature between them. And watching Dan Reynolds just get turned around is an adventure over there.
Yeah. There we go. There we go for Hal.
Seemed like it was a little bit shorter, but Hal is not getting lucky with the wind. It feels like it just kind of calms down for him. Let's watch the winds as Steve. No, a little bit calm now for Steve. It almost feels dead calm right now. And now here comes a little gust. And Steve knows it too. He watches the flags as he throttles up.
Wow! Whoa, that was insane. I don't even know what to do with that. My brain doesn't even compute when I see something like that.
Horsepower, baby.
You want to guess the number, Corey, without looking at the spreadsheet? You want to guess how many feet that was?
I already looked at it, brother. I couldn't. It's a good number, though. Wow. It's the shortest number.
For those of you who don't have access to our announcer spreadsheet, it's 15 feet.
Okay, Dan. 15 feet's what to beat. Ooh. Not quite there. I'm thinking maybe around 30, 33 feet. We'll wait for the official word. $32 feet for Dan Reynolds. So there's a little bit of a window here for Steve, but Dan is right there. And here comes Hal Stockman. He put together a 63-foot takeoff roll. So he actually did not improve in his second round. Again, I really believe that Hal had a little bit of a drop-off in the wind, but now he's got a good headwind for his landing. Looks very stable on his approach. Nice. Clean one. Very impressive performance from Hal Stockman, getting Lawnmower 3 stopped. Probably close to about 40 feet there. I'm not quite sure.
46 feet on that landing for Hal Stockman.
Excellent. That's a good landing for Hal. It is a little bit long for him, so I'm wondering what's going on in that cockpit for Hal Stockman, because I've seen much better performance from him. He won't be happy with that, but he'll work it out, whether it be today or in the finals tomorrow. Here comes Steve Henry. Look at that unique airframe with the big landing gear and the small tires. And that's a rare scratch from Yeehaw 8, opening the door for Dan Reynolds, because that throws away that 15-foot takeoff.
And in this class, an unlimited class, those handful of feet make a huge difference.
Absolutely, Ryan. That is a huge disappointment for Steve Henry. This is opening the door wide for that Chinook.
Katrina in social has a great question. She says, at what point do we stop calling them STOL and admit it's basically VTOL now?
Wow, Katrina, that is a great comment. I don't know. I suppose if that were to change, that would be quite a boon for our little industry here. Look at Dan just hanging it. But look at
he's
his
in
right
full
hand.
helicopter mode.
Yeah, he is working very hard, though. Look at the control inputs for those of you both live and on the feed. He is working so hard in that open cockpit. I don't know if you can call that a cockpit. He's just kind of hanging there in a lawn chair. Fantastic. That was great. You know, his visibility, that airplane must be just a riot to fly. It just looks like he can see 360 degrees around him. You know, I'm watching his head as he's moving around. Yeah, it's just so much fun to watch. Well done.
And you got to wonder with something like that with the visibility, right? I mean, between Yeehaw 6 and Yeehaw 8, Steve Henry added a lot of extra visibility down by his feet.
Yeah.
Right? So you got to wonder, is he seeing what Dan Reynolds is doing and adding windows and saying, well, that might help me too, right? Just being able to see a little bit more.
Yeah, visibility is a big deal. It even becomes more critical in the backcountry, but competitions, here's Hal. Really excited to see if he's able to improve his score on this one. Really rooting for him. There we go. That was a little bit closer to his first takeoff.
Here comes Steve Henry now, taxiing to the line.
Yep, Steve's got a good headwind on this takeoff. Let's see if he does a full wheel locked takeoff here.
17 knots, 15 knots.
Yeah.
18 knots.
Yeah,
He's waiting for it.
It feels good on the back. Oh my goodness.
Oh, no way.
What happened? What happened right there?
He was watching those flags 100%.
I didn't even see a takeoff roll. That was fantastic.
Yeah, Katrina, it's VTOL now. We're just in full VTOL.
6 feet from Steve Henry.
That's the second time I've seen Steve Henry take off in 6 feet.
Here's Dan. Let's see what he can do. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that was insane. The camera actually panned too quickly away from him. He was just hovering into the air. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that honestly, I'm thinking 10 feet? I don't know.
It came in, the judges say 20 feet, but I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know that. You know, one thing that that occurred to me with Dan and the Chinook is he's got that pusher configuration too, which allows him to be a little more aggressive putting it down. Famously at Sun and Fun had that lawn dart landing. Here's Hal now. Getting it down, heavy on the brakes, just sliding.
Yeah, Hal pushing hard there. It seems like he was a little bit behind the airplane on that one. If you watch him, he was a little bit high above the line. Not quite sure what's going on with Hal today, but man, it was a little bit longer for him in the qualifier. I wonder if the conditions are playing a role. He did not participate in the practice rounds yesterday. I wonder if that's a factor for him. And I also just noticed he may not have his slats on. He might be set up for STOL drag. I'm wondering if that's what's going on.
Oh, you might be right. Yeah, he's losing some lift there.
Yep, I'm
heavy on the brakes
bet.
for Steve Henry now.
Yeah, that was a great one from Steve. His combined score is obviously going to be very low. Oh, but they called a scratch for Steve. That's 2 scratches in a row for Steve Henry, opening the door completely wide open for Dan here.
Let's watch
Holy
that replay.
Cow. Yep.
Yep, that's a scratch. Oh, and such a bummer to scratch on a 6-foot takeoff.
I know it's a heartbreaker for Steve, but a heart maker for Dan. I don't know.
Potentially could be a heart maker.
But yeah, Dan
you know,
put in
I wonder
20 feet.
Oh, sorry, Corey. I was going to say, I wonder if Hal is configured for STOL drag right now, and because it's the qualifiers, is reserving the effort of putting those slats on for the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and as soon as I realized, looking at his leading edge and realizing that those slats were not on there, that's exactly where my head went as well. But knowing Steve and Dan, they're just fierce competitors. And Dan, look at this crazy approach. Oh my gosh, I think Dan Reynolds just took the lead.
Oh!
I think he just took the lead with that one. Round of applause for
Holy
Dan
moly,
Reynolds.
he's
That
happy
is
about it.
airmanship. Sorry to talk over you, Ryan, but that was insane.
We're both excited.
Holy cow. I cannot believe that landing was even shorter than his takeoff with 17 feet. What? That was so close. I can't wait for the screen to update. I think we have like 38-foot performance, or excuse me, is that what it is? Is it 37-foot performance from Dan Reynolds? Total combined score?
37 combined for Dan Reynolds.
That is
next closest
crazy.
Is 59 feet for Steve Henry. So Steve Henry really he did make a heart maker.
He did. So Dan Reynolds currently leading with 37 feet, ladies and gentlemen, and Steve Henry close behind, hungry with crazy takeoffs and a couple of scratches. Tomorrow's going to be insane in the unlimited class. Look at those numbers.
And I want to point out Dan Reynolds landing 17 feet. His aircraft is 17 feet long. So he literally landed within the length his aircraft is long. That's what we just saw. I don't even know how to process that.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing something very special here at Wayne, Nebraska today with Dan, Steve, and Hal, and all the rest of the competitors. This is really high-quality aviation entertainment brought to you by National STOL.
So we are going to hop over to a short 10-minute break. It's not done yet. It's not done yet. We are headed into the sport class, and do we have a lot of sport class action for you. 3 heats of sport class action. These are all planes that fit within the sport kind of, I'll explain it later. I'll give you all the rules and stuff later, but we have a lot of big names to watch for in the sport class. You've got, professional racer Jimmy O'Neill in the first heat. You've got Jaden Newman coming back. It looks like kind of another one of the young phenoms in the series. And then we have Justin Tisdale, who we talked about before, one of the rookies this season in the third heat. So lots of names to watch for, lots of exciting things to look for coming up in the sport class. We're going to take a break, head to commercial, but make sure to stay hydrated, stay cool, stay in the shade when you can, and get ready for that sport class action here at Wayne America with National STOL.
When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.
And we are back here at Wayne America. I am still laughing thinking about what we just saw in the unlimited class. We saw what looked like, and this is why the unlimited class is so exciting. We saw what looked like a hands down type victory for Steve Henry in the qualifier. He scratches 2 times, bam, Dan Reynolds in with a 17-foot landing in a plane that is a little bit more than 17 feet long. So that was intense and super exciting. I also got a little bit of intel over the break on Hal Stockman. We were talking about the slats, right? Why wasn't he run slats? It sounds like it's a 3-hour changeover between slats and no slats, and no slats is more conducive to STOL drag, which is later today, and slats, obviously, or maybe not obviously, very conducive for traditional STOL. The slats, by the way, are a device on the wing, on the front of the wings. You saw them on the MOAX and a bunch of their planes. Steve Henry, I think, has them on his plane as well. That help the airflow stay connected to the wing during moments of high angle of attack. So that's what we had going on there in Unlimited. Dan Reynolds, just totally, wow, something to watch there. Again, we talked a lot about the legends of STOL, the legends of the backcountry, and you've seen, not just in the Unlimited class, you've seen so many of them today. Let's talk about the sport class. So we're going to start with Heat 1 here. Heat 1, Aaron Greer in a just aircraft Highlander, followed by Dennis Rowe in another Highlander, followed by Jimmy O'Neill in that Rand's S-20 Raven. Kind of an exciting aircraft to see on the circuit. The Raven, kind of a shorter-lived production life, I think, for Rands. They went from that one right into the S-21, the all-metal version. So exciting to see the Rands S-20 compete. Jimmy O'Neill, watched him at Outlaw STOL, really putting in some work with that. Brian Moore, we talked about him a lot yesterday in the practice. Brian Moore in that Rands S7 as well. He, of course, working in the motion picture industry, really great guy to meet. He's going to put in some work. My understanding is Gary Varga is not going to compete today, but we saw him put in some work in practice yesterday. He came all the way from Burlington, Wisconsin. And rounding out the first heat, Jaden Newman in the Cub Crafters SS, the Super Sport. Jaden Newman, another one to watch. Saw her fly for the first time the same time I saw Austin Clemens fly a few years ago. And the two of them, just, two young, exciting pilots who are making their names known in the competitive circuit. The sport class is those aircraft that have a maximum gross weight up to 1320 pounds, kind of based on the light sport rule that exists in aviation. So you're going to see some carbon cubs, like the light sport qualified carbon cubs, but you could also see in this class things like the Rands S7, like we talked about. You could also see a Taylorcraft or a Bearhawk LSA. Legend makes aircraft that are also ELSA or Rands ELSAs, things like that. So lots of excitement coming up here. This is a thick class. We have, I believe, I'm doing math here, 13 competitors in the sport class. We've got 3 heats, and only 5 of them get to move on to the finals tomorrow here at Wayne America. So that's what's about to kick off in the sport class. This first heat is going to be some Highlanders, a Raven, and a Courier. And it's going to be really fun to watch. Now, a few other things we need to talk about. Let's talk about the weather. You saw in the Unlimited class that took, man, that also played a big factor, right? We had no wind for some of the rounds, and we had heavy, nice gusts for some of the rounds. And you saw, Steve Henry, I know through talking to him and spending time with him, as someone who watches those flags, right? Waiting for the wind, watching to see when it's going to come so we can time that takeoff with the most wind, the most air going over those wings as possible. And we definitely saw him do that on that 6-foot takeoff. So that will continue to play a factor today during the sport class. It's just going to be super intense. It continues to be super intense, and we are teeing up for a really, really exciting finals tomorrow here at Wayne America. And then also he's hearing that Clint Busenitz, who was going to compete, is actually going to demo in the exhibition class in his Badlands Traveler right after Rick Boardman. So Rick Boardman,
and to me,
is
that is
in the second heat.
Yeah, to me, that's very welcome news. I am a big fan of Clint and his Badlands Traveler. Such a fun airplane. How about we take a Cessna, put its wing on a Cub fuselage, and call it a Cessna Cub. So cool. I just love Clint. He's just a great craftsman, a good innovator for general aviation and for our backcountry community. He, we've had plenty of circumstances flying back and forth to Oshkosh. He's from Hay Springs, South Dakota, which is right on the route of flight. We've had some failures, and he's been right there with his welder helping us out. The Flying Cowboys get to Oshkosh, and so we have a good, we're just huge fans of Clint. Tell us about how the elimination is going to work for the sport class, because this is a big field.
It's a big field, and my understanding is it's just the top 5 like any of the others. So a lot of people competing for not a lot of spots. We're going to lose about 2/3 of these pilots between today and tomorrow.
Absolutely. So that's, when you're looking at, what do we got, 14? How many people do we have on this one? 13?
I don't know. 13 because Gary Varga is not going to be flying.
That's what
but we'll
I was
see.
Looking at there,
we'll see Clint in his place. But
I'm a little bummed to not see Miss
field.
America fly, to be honest with you, because I'm a big fan of Gary and what he does flying the unconventional unique airplane out here. And one of my favorites, I just really am excited to see Aaron Greer in his Highlander. He is a guy walking around with a grin on his face all the time. Just one of the coolest guys you'll ever meet, right there and look at the beautiful paint scheme and tail artwork on his aircraft. Aaron's one to watch, just super fun guy. And Dennis Rowe coming up. They're going to be really close to each other. Just really fun. And then, like you mentioned, Jimmy O'Neill, the competitor. He's got some pro-level competition experience that he brings to the table, so I'm really excited to see him. And he's also flying with some experimental technology, which might give him a super secret competitive edge. It's called the Airball, and that's all I'm going to say. But if you're a pilot and you want to have the most cutting-edge equipment, you might want to have a little conversation with Jimmy O'Neill. Just saying. But then we get into the likes of Jaden Newman. She is a rock star, super young. We've seen her at National STOL before, but we've also seen her at Arkansas and the STOL drag. She's very skilled. She's got a good support system around her, and we expect great things from Jaden Newman. This is just going to be such a fun sport class today with such a huge field, but these competitors are so amazing. Justin Tisdale, one of the nicest guys, been through some adversity, but he just never quits. We're going to call him Team Never Quit, Bruno. And, one thing that's unique about Justin Tisdale And this is something that it doesn't matter if you're online or you're here in person. Watch as he comes in for a landing. He's got a specific technique that he deploys that just keeps him in the know. But one thing that also happened to him at the last competition, he had some mechanical issues and went back to Yuma. Actually ended up getting hit by a car. And so he's working with some injuries in the cockpit as well that might affect his flying. And then you go to John Hakala from McMinnville, Oregon, flying Big Tuna, the Zenith 701. I'm just really excited about this lineup, Ryan.
It's a really great lineup. And the other thing to point out is Colin Kaniva's actually coming back in this class, in the sport class, because he's going to run his old aircraft. His Carbon Cub. So we saw him in the Legend aircraft MOAC at the top of the competition back in the the Adventure class. I know what I'm talking about, in the Adventure class. And now he's going to be running a different aircraft, his original Cub Crafters Carbon Cub SS, that black over gray one. You're going to see him there. So kind of exciting to see someone compete twice.
Yeah, just expanding on that a little bit. Yeah, Colin, you just can't seem to get this guy out of the sky. He is literally everywhere in the world of STOL right now. It doesn't matter if you're at a national STOL event, a STOL drag event, if you're at Arkansas or if you're at Oshkosh. If it's aviation, you'll find Colin Kaniva there. He is completely obsessed. He loves competition. He loves flying. And what's most importantly, he loves the people. As one of the organizers of Wayne America, I've watched him wrap his arms around literally every single person here, either virtually or really. And, he is just working so hard this weekend. And to see him compete 2 times in 2 separate classes is a testament to his dedication. And boy, these airplanes are going. The propellers are turning. We're waiting for the green flag from the race officials. Here we go.
While we wait here, while we get ready to go, one thing that I was wondering, Corey, if you could expand on, as we've watched the aircraft taxi by, some of them have cowlings on the front of them. The cowling, folks, is the part that covers the engine on the front of the aircraft. Some of them have them affixed, and some of them don't, and are running. We've seen that kind of all day, but noticing it in this class especially, could you expand on why some pilots are doing that and some aren't?
Yeah, there's multiple reasons for doing the cowling removal. One would obviously be a cooling situation. You're sitting there on the ground with not a lot of airflow around your engine, and sometimes removing the cowling can help with the cooling, but also it helps with weight savings. If you're able to remove a few pounds from the nose, what does that do? Gives you a little bit in the tail, right? So it shifts that weight and balance a little bit further aft, giving them enhanced braking. So not only did you just get lighter, you also got the ability to stop a little bit shorter.
So short version also would not recommend for cruise flight.
No, yeah, it would increase your drag a little bit, but obviously that's not going to be a factor today since we're not in a cruise control competition. But, yeah. But, yeah, here comes Jimmy O'Neill rolling up in the S-20 Raven. Now, if you'll note, I did hint a special piece of technology on board his aircraft. You see that big pole on his left wing with that device hanging out there. Really interesting piece of avionics he's working with that should give him a competitive edge in this competition. I expect great things from Jimmy O'Neill. I am really hopeful that we'll see him in a very competitive nature in the unlimited class very soon. Not that I'm pushing him to do it or anything.
Here comes Brian Moore now in that Rans S7 Courier. We watched him practicing yesterday and putting in really good work, really good scores. He performed well at Outlaw STOL as well. And just a beautiful aircraft. Let's see what he does here. Yanking back on that stick. He's up in the air really short.
Yeah, that was a fantastic takeoff. These Rans S7 aircraft have really surprisingly turned into a fantastic backcountry airplane. I don't believe they had the backcountry in mind in the original design, but because of its fantastic lightweight and versatility, it's become a staple in the backcountry here in the lower 48. Just a fun airplane to fly all around. And of course, as you know, one of our favorites, the national treasure, Hal Stockman, also flies Iran's S7.
So what I've learned today is that I need to go shopping for a Cessna 180 and a Rand's S7 and then also J3 Cubs.
Yes. And don't forget the Legend Cub. It's a beautiful aircraft as well. I mean, if you want the epitome of gorgeousness, I mean, you can't look much further than a Legend Cub.
The mother of all Cubs, Legend Aircraft.
Here comes
Of course,
Aaron
thank
Greer
them for their sponsorship.
with his beautiful new-to-him Highlander. Coming in a little hot. Boingy, boingy,
Ooh,
Aaron.
nice bounce there. Now, Aaron Greer used to compete in the touring class, if I'm not mistaken, in a Cessna. So big difference for him in terms of weight of the aircraft.
Yeah, and
what he's
and
competing in
approach
now
speeds.
compared to last year.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're starting to see the difference here with Aaron and these pilots moving into new aircraft. A good example was Aaron just then. A little bit extra energy. Maybe he's just not used to how lightweight that Highlander is compared to the Cessna that he was used to. Same airplane design, a little bit more modern. Here comes Dennis Rowe. He's been really putting in a lot of work. Been here all week, actually, putting in the practice. So I expect some good consistency from Dennis Rowe today. He's one to watch for to make it into the final rounds. But he's not going to do it with a balloon like that, is he?
Ooh, easy on the brakes there.
Yep.
There we go. He's got it settled out.
Dennis Rowe from the East Coast. He's been coming up to me and talking about tacos all week. I don't know if he's actually found some delicious tacos. I'll ask him after. That might have affected his performance. I don't know.
Just because he's hungry for tacos?
Yeah, he's quite a character, just a fun guy to hang out with. And here comes Jimmy O'Neill in the S20. It's a Raven.
Now, Jimmy O'Neill currently has the best takeoff of sport class so far. 70-foot takeoff.
Yeah, and Jimmy is a fierce competitor. He's got the air ball telling him exactly what the wind is doing around the airframe. He's got the technology. He's got the talent. He's got the drive. I expect consistency. That was fantastic. What a great landing from Jimmy O'Neill there.
That was an incredible landing, and we saw the camera person on the roof of our truck there just keep panning because they were expecting him to roll out a lot longer than he did. So really fun to watch here on the replay.
And from Jimmy O'Neill,
and the gear
we're seeing
too, not given a ton. Like he's got it all pretty damped in, real nice.
Absolutely. Another long landing from Brian Moore. It's just the first round, so we'll see what happens as they tighten things up. Obviously, everybody wants to get a score up on the board. Got to get her stopped, brother. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't happy with it. They're going to give him a 500-footer on there for the non-stop, I'm sure.
Which is a bummer because in terms of takeoffs, he actually had
he did have a respectable, very respectable takeoff there. And Jimmy O'Neill putting in close to unlimited numbers in there. Pretty dang good.
So as we wrap up this first round of the first heat of sports, so there's a lot of scores that we're going to be reading to you right now. But right now, this first round, Jimmy O'Neill currently holding first with 135 and a big gap between him and the next pilot, Dennis Rowe, in that Highlander with 300 feet. Aaron Greer kind of holding his own in the middle there. And Brian Moore, I think, would have been right up there with Aaron, or maybe even a little bit shorter if he had stopped on that landing. So always a good reminder for pilots to get heavy on the brakes, even if you think it's a scratch. I guess if you land 20 feet before the line, you don't need to do it. But if it's any question, heavy on those brakes.
Absolutely. And I expect some numbers to come down here. Aaron Greer definitely has the competency and the skill to bring that 392 feet. I almost said 400, but might as well be. Aaron's going to bring that number down. Dennis has been practicing all week as well, so he'll bring that number down. We might see some scratches because of that. But, that's the first round.
And it's exciting to see these Highlanders compete. It's something that we've seen since the beginning of National STOL. And they're just really coming into their own. Obviously, they're very distinctive, right, with their tall gear and the slats. But they're maybe one of the first airplanes to really get going on that. Whoa, look at Jimmy O'Neill now in that Raven.
Yeah, the audience gave the same gasp that you did when Jimmy pulled it and it lifted effortlessly off the ground. That was a fantastic takeoff. I'm interested to see if he's able to, wow, and he does. He shaved off 30 feet from his first takeoff and puts up a score of just 40 feet on his second takeoff.
Brian Moore, I don't know, Corey, did he pull a little bit too soon on that one?
Yeah, you did notice that tail wheel bouncing a couple of times on the ground, as he might have had maybe a second or a split second too soon of a pull. What you want to see when they rotate is those wheels leave the ground. If it continues rolling and that tail wheel comes into contact with the ground, you've got a lot going on there. You've got a lack of airspeed to sustain lift, but then you've also introduced additional drag by touching that tail wheel on the ground, and there's some serious penalties. And when feet matter, boy, feet matter. So here comes Jimmy O'Neill. Actually, this is Aaron. Beautiful
Aaron
orange.
Greer, yep.
Yeah. Got the moose on the tail. The backcountry nature of this airplane just screams, let's go to Montana, doesn't it? There you go. That's a good one from Aaron Greer. Still learning it. I think he can shave off quite a bit there, but something around 200 feet there. I know that he can bring that number down, and he sure will.
So his first landing was 280 feet. This second landing for Aaron Greer, 212. So already showing that increase in performance.
Absolutely. And as they get used to the conditions, those numbers will continue to drop. Here comes Dennis with that beautiful green. Nice energy management from Dennis. He's been practicing all week. He's a complete newcomer to this sport as well, for the most part, coming from the Pennsylvania area. Not a lot of backcountry in that part of the world as far as the, lots of pine trees and things, not a lot of open space, but he's having a great time in his aircraft.
Dennis Rowe with a 143-foot landing, so a big improvement for him between the first and second round.
Yes, congratulations to Dennis. He should be very happy with that improvement. And here comes Jimmy O'Neill. We've got to figure out some nicknames for some of these guys, Ryan. What are we thinking for Jimmy?
Can you nickname Jimmy O'Neill? The O'Neill name is so legendary in motorsport.
Right? You almost don't want to. But look at him hanging his airplane on the prop, putting that airplane right on the edge of the envelope. This is going to be a fantastic landing if he can manage to not scratch, and he does. Wow, what a great performance from Jimmy O'Neill right there. I don't think there's any doubt that he is here to play at National STOL.
I think this is his second competition in National STOL, and I think you're right that we should be looking for him in the Unlimited. He put down a 40-foot takeoff and a 46-foot landing. That is 100% Unlimited class
and you're looking
territory.
At an airplane without slats. You're looking at a Rans S20. We have not seen an S20 put up those kind of numbers yet in our entire series since we started National STOL. We're watching something special go down here today with Jimmy O'Neill, ladies and gentlemen. This is amazing competition. And with Brian Moore putting in a vast improvement in his score as well, he moves up into third place, knocking Aaron Greer down back into fourth, putting up 135 feet after just rolling out on his first one.
So this is interesting because, we have 3 heats of the sport class today, and I'm curious what's going to hold, right? Like Jimmy O'Neill with 86 feet.
It's very, very interesting.
That feels strong, but we've got Jaden Newman, Colin Kaniva coming up.
I know.
In the next heat. And
you're absolutely right. We're looking at these numbers, and we're seeing some crazy wins right now. But also, Jaden Newman has in the past been known to put in some really low numbers. Colin Kaniva has his Cub Crafters Carbon Cub SS dialed in. So who knows what's going to happen. Jimmy O'Neill's definitely not out of it for sure. I mean, he's definitely in it. He's doing really well, but these other guys putting in the 200-plus numbers are at risk here because we still have a lot of people coming along, and these guys are mindful of that. They know that they're competing against future rounds. So here we go. Aaron Greer, his chance is now. That was a good takeoff for him. I think the wind just completely fell out on him, though. This is just... The winds are starting to swirl and gust around. There's a lot of thermal activity. We're in the hottest part of the day here in Wayne. So we're starting to see the conditions even get more and more intense. Yep, the 2 bounces on the tail wheel. We've got to fix that with some of these guys. Maybe we'll go talk to them, show them some video.
So the way to fix that is just hanging on a little bit longer before giving it the yank?
Yep, you just got to be patient and make sure you're building up enough airspeed so that those wings are ready to lift as soon as you get them with that critical angle of attack. And Jimmy O'Neill, an early pole for him, so that's going to cost him. So, this round likely won't be his best round.
Yeah, back to the first round type distance with 73 feet. So that second round, everything kind of came together for him clearly.
And it really is a testament to the skill level required because you got to have the timing right, but you also have to have some patience every now and then. You can't get locked into counting. I've seen some pilots get kind of trapped with, going, oh, my plane will take off in 3 seconds. And so I just go 1, 2, 3 and pull. Well, that doesn't necessarily work for National STOL because you've got to let the airplane match the conditions. There's a lot going on, so you've got to really be paying attention. Can't go on autopilot on these competitions.
Just a quick shout out. We saw Jason Busat in the chat on social, National STOL competitor who's not competing this weekend, but Jason, just great to see you. He was remarking at the wonderful S20 and some appreciation for the S20 there. So Jason, great to see you. Here comes Aaron Greer now. Third and final landing of qualifying.
Well,
over the line, A-OK.
I want to talk a little bit about Jason Busat because he's got something special in his workshop right now. And I know he's been flying the Coyote for a long time, but I don't think it's fair to put his airplane in the same class as Jimmy O'Neill's airplane because I got to tell you, Jason Busat is no stranger to modifications, and he has put in some impressive numbers in the unlimited class in the past. Really a bummer he's not here. He is very exciting. I like to, his airplane just for some reason sounds like a TIE fighter from Star Wars to me. Just super fun to watch. Here's Dennis coming in. And, I kind of saw that coming. He looked like he tried to save it by ballooning it up at the last minute, but it kind of fell out from underneath him. Everybody's pushing hard on this third round. And Aaron Greer with yet another improvement. What a great score, 141 foot for his his landing. That really brings it down quite a bit, shaving off over 50 feet from his last landing. So that is great for Aaron Greer.
Yeah. I mean, you see Aaron Greer there with a 120-foot improvement over the 3 rounds. So
yeah, that's just
incredible.
Fantastic. That's exactly what we want to see. And here comes Jimmy O'Neill. He's it looks like he's taking a play out of Dan Reynolds' playbook and coming in really slow. Ooh, he's going to have to work hard now. Got a little bit behind it. Wow, what challenging conditions. I think we had a 30-knot gust right then just now on his landing, but fantastic aviation and airmanship right there from Jimmy O'Neill.
You know, I saw a number on our live weather hit 38 knots.
Yeah, it felt, I just was guessing, but it felt big. We just saw a 58-knot gust on the machine. I don't know if that's accurate or not.
I mean, it also just said 156 knots, so maybe something's going on the high end range of that thing. But
hey, they're getting a little rambunctious on the top of the trailer here. Maybe they kicked the weather station or something. Oh, Brian Moore coming in still in his Rans S7 Courier. He put in a great takeoff at 98 feet, so he does have an opportunity to improve his score from earlier because his first takeoff was 94, so he can improve his score even a little bit more here.
Really got to get heavy on the brakes there, Brian. Get it held up.
Yeah, it looks like he was a little light on the braking there. I wonder if he's experiencing some brake fade, which we can see on the third attempt here. What happens is you're hitting those brakes and they get warm, and as they get a little bit too warm, they lose their effectiveness. And so that is definitely a factor that might be coming into play as we advance through the rounds here. But look at this lineup. What a great and interesting spread we have between first and second place, Ryan.
Yeah, we've got a big gap there between Jimmy O'Neill and Dennis Rowe. Interesting that Brian Moore was able to bring it up into third, and Aaron Greer, if he's going to hold on, right, was able to really, again, that 124-foot improvement from round 1 to round 3 for him, just incredible. So
absolutely,
we'll have to see if that holds. You know, I don't know. If I were a betting person, I would bet that barring some scratches, you know, Jaden or Colin could be unseating a couple of these guys.
I'd say it's wide open for everybody, Ryan. I mean, you've got a lot of competitors still to go. I would say everyone is still on the bubble today because we have some heavy hitters. I mean, these Kit Foxes can take off and land really, really short. We still have Justin Tisdale in his 750 STOL. I mean, we've got some really short takeoffs and landings still to come. It's going to be fun to watch everybody and see how things work out. Once again, Clint Busenich did make it, or he is going to make it. We will see him fly in the exhibition class. That'll be quite a treat.
An exhibition class just means not for points, just for show.
Fun. Just for funsies.
So we're just going to have a short little break here before we head into Heat 2 of the sport class. While we do that, I want to thank a few of our sponsors. First, we got to talk about Ladd Gardner Insurance. Ladd Gardner Insurance has been a partner with National STOL since the beginning. Excellent customer service and coverage. Check out their logo on the sleeves. I think you might have a logo, Ladd Gardner logo on your sleeve for all I know, Corey. So that's really cool to see. Ladd Gardner, we thank you so much for that. Also, let's talk about Legend Aircraft again. We got to just give them all the props we can. Really appreciate Legend Aircraft for everything they do. And yeah, you saw it here. The MOAX, not your grandfather's Cub. Hartzell Propeller. Want to thank them again, the global leader in advanced aircraft propeller design. Also, since we're talking propellers, let's talk about one of their competitors, Duke Propeller. You saw it on Hal Stockman's plane in the Unlimited class. You're going to see it on Justin Tisdale's aircraft in the, I believe, third heat of sport class. So watch for that Duke Propeller. Flighthelmet.com. Corey was showing off that beautiful flighthelmet.com helmet earlier in the stream. If you missed it, go hit rewind. It looked good on his head. Looked real good on his head. Also looking good on his head was the Lift Aviation USA helmet. And we were talking, they've got some beautiful shoes, some beautiful products there that can help you bridge the gap in your aviation. Sarasota Avionics providing some great prizes for our pilots. The Garmin watch, the Garmin InReach, that USB charger on the panel that I wish I had in my Cessna 172. Appreciate their support. USTrailersDirect.com. Gotta check them out if you're looking for a trailer. Colorado, Oklahoma, Georgia, flexible financing, convenient locations, and knowledgeable staff. Thank you to USA Trailers Direct. Rugged Radios. My friend, Brian Turner, here's an unsolicited plug. Brian Turner from Just Plain Silly. I know he's been working with Rugged Radio, their aircraft radios. We use them here for our air bosses and our production staff and our line judges. So big thanks to Rugged Radios. Things are gearing up, getting ready to go. They're about to be released here in the sport class. Flying Eyes. Big thanks to Flying Eyes for all of their help in getting us going. The sunglasses, lightest and most comfortable aviation sunglasses around. And they've got the whole prescription thing. If you're someone like me who needs that sort of thing. Flight Outfitters providing lots of prizes for all of our winners. First through third, get prize packages from Flight Outfitters. It's bags, knee boards, accessories, all of those great things. And they have an exclusive National STOL flight jacket now. AirTech Coatings. Can't thank AirTech Coatings enough. Beautiful paint, beautiful covering supplies. You want that wet look, you're going to get it on your aircraft with AirTech Coatings. McFarland Aviation and MT Prop. Man, we saw some MT props today. We saw, I believe, an MT prop on Warren Grobelar's plane. You're going to see him all over the STOL circuit. McFarland Aviation and MT Prop. We really appreciate them. And last but certainly not least, Aero LED. We saw it on Steve Henry's plane. I think the Legend aircraft have some Aero LEDs on them as well. So big thanks to Aero LED for all of their support.
And I just need to jump in here, Ryan. We're looking for the pilot, Jaden Newman. You're up, and the air boss wants you to get in your airplane. Let's go flying. Jaden Newman, we're looking for you. So if anybody knows where Jaden is, well, we want her to go flying.
And I want to see Jaden fly.
Me too.
That's something else.
There's Colin in the familiar Carbon Cub SS. He has been a crowd favorite for sure for several years now at National STOL. I'd like to I take a little bit of credit for Colin being here because he didn't buy a Carbon Cub or even have a backcountry airplane until I visited him in Lincoln and took him flying in mine. We landed on a sandbar, and he said, I need to do this. And that week, he bought that airplane right there.
Wow, did you get a commission on that?
I wish. But he called me up a couple days after I left his house and said, Corey, I have an opportunity to buy this Carbon Cub. What do you think I should do? And I said, smiles per dollar, you can't beat it, brother. Buy it. And I think he's had a great time with it. There's Jaden Newman in that yellow and silver Carbon Cub. She'll go first. This is exciting to see Jaden fly. She doesn't. She's young and she's got a lot going on in her aviation journey, so she doesn't make all the competitions. So it's really a treat when she does make it, because it's just fun to see the skill level demonstrated by these young people in aviation. And if my eyes don't deceive me, we just saw Clint Bucinich taxi past the camera in the
Gotta
Badlands
love
Traveler.
that Cessna Cub.
Absolutely. This one's a little bit different, though. I think he built a custom wing for this one, and so he doesn't necessarily call this one the Cessna Cub. I think that's why it's lovingly called the Badlands Traveler. Here's Jaden.
From Newton, Kansas. Here she goes, off short.
That was a really good takeoff.
One to watch.
Absolutely.
There's Lexi dancing there. Come on in, Colin. Let's get it going. Taxi up to that line, brother.
I think she starts dancing when she's impatient that somebody's taxiing too slow.
Yeah. Say, come on, get to the line, Colin. Let's go.
Okay, so Jaden threw down the gauntlet for Colin here. She put in a respectable 66 feet. Oh, a little bit too early for Captain Kaniva. That'll cost him a little bit of distance there. Make it a little bit longer.
I have a question for you, as you own one of those aircraft as well.
Yeah.
How big of a difference is it flying that from a MOAC, right? How hard does he need to recalibrate? Whoa, short one there too.
Yeah, that was a fantastic one from Nick. And going back to answer your question, I have never flown a Legend Cub. We might need to fix that. So Legend, bro, let me fly one so I can answer that question.
I've been waiting for them to take me up as well. So maybe, guys, we could just 2 for 1 at the next comp.
Yep, and this is actually Rick Boardman. Yeah, taking off. Rick is putting in some really good practice time this whole week. And here is Clinton, the Badlands Traveler. This is a fun airplane to see fly. Completely his creation, just very unique. Absolutely good performance there. Holy smokes, there's no shortage of awesome when it comes to the Badlands Traveler.
I got a chance to talk to Clint at Sodbusters back in Hartford, Wisconsin last summer, and the passion that he has and the engineering that he has in his mind, and the way he's pulling all of that together is just so impressive. And he's, we talk about like Steve Henry, always be engineering, always be improving. I feel like I get that sense from Clint as well with the Badlands Traveler. He's always trying to eke a little more performance out of it. And it's really a great all-rounder, really well reviewed by the people who've been lucky enough to purchase one or own one, because they are rare. Just really, really exciting thing to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's just a soft-spoken, kind fella, but he's always there to lend a helping hand to anybody, traveling through or in his area. And he, like you said, he's an innovator. I've been to his shop. I've seen his tooling, and he has everything that he needs to construct a modern high-performance aircraft. Now here's Jaden on her first landing, nice and low, beautiful performance, great skill. Get her stopped. Beautiful.
That's one thing I remember from watching Jaden compete in other competitions, is she knows exactly how to spot land. We're just watching the replay now. Like, maybe couldn't be any closer to the line than where she put it there. So really fun to watch. And after review, no line violation on that. Now we've got Colin Kaniva on short final. And already we're seeing that first landing from Jaden Newman mixing up the standings. That was 66 feet takeoff, 97-foot landing for Jaden. Here comes Colin now, a little bit of a balloon.
Oop. And just like that, Jaden Newman in second place. Colin Kaniva's going to have a scratcheroo on that one. Now, Nick put in a great takeoff with his first takeoff at 75 feet, so he does have an opportunity to maybe sneak up onto the leaderboard with this landing if he can manage to keep that airplane in the air, dragging it in nice and low right there, comfortably in ground effect. One of the fun things about the Carbon Cub is you definitely have a dramatic difference between when you're in ground effect and when you're not. It's like a marshmallow pushing against you, especially if you have any speed whatsoever. So it's a really good indicator that you're close to the ground and in a good place to really push.
I want to talk about Nick Ardillo's experience here. 15,000 total flying hours, but so far only 300 plus or minus hours of tailwheel flying.
That's fantastic. Those are really good experience numbers. Here comes Rick Boardman, very consistent flyer here. He definitely has the skill set to do what he's doing out here today. And there you go. Look at that high tail.
Wow.
Heavy braking. That's fantastic. I think that might have just put him up on the leaderboard. Yeah, he's definitely going to be sub 200 feet, maybe close to 150. Yeah. Well, there he is, 141 feet.
141. And just like that, we've got our first bounce off the bubble. Aaron Greer no longer in contention. And Brian Moore no longer in contention.
There you go, Clint. That was a fantastic landing from Clint. Really wish he was on time today. I would have loved to have seen him compete and have those numbers count. But that is an excellent demonstration of the Badlands Traveler. Now I'm gonna kind of put together a prediction here. I expect Jaden Newman's numbers to come down a little bit. Those are a little bit high for her. I've seen the performance a little bit better from her. So she works out the conditions today and the uniqueness of Wayne. I think that her numbers are going to calm down. I do think Colin Kaniva is going to put up a score. He had that scratch in the first round, but his takeoff was a little bit long. When I competed against him in Sodbusters a couple of years ago, he beat me by a solid 20 feet on takeoff, so he's no stranger to doing it right. And Nick is going to bring down that second landing. His takeoff was fantastic. Nick's going to come bring it down a little bit as well. These guys are going to start to push. So, I think we're going to see some really fun changes here on the leaderboard this round is what I predict, Ryan.
I think you're probably right. And then, we've got a whole nother heat. And that heat's filled with the very light Kit Fox 4. There's 3 of those competing and a handful of Zenith. So it's going to get interesting.
It really will. Here comes Jaden Newman putting a respectable performance on there. Gosh, I think that was in the 50-foot range. That was definitely a great takeoff for her. And here comes Colin. I don't know if he was paying attention. There's a lot going on in these cockpits, moving around and staying safe. But Colin Kaniva has got an opportunity here to put up a really good number because the winds just picked up. So let's see. Oh, my goodness, Colin Kaniva. That was a fantastic takeoff. He will definitely be happy with that one. Sorry, Ryan. I was just really excited.
No, we're both excited about the same thing. 51 feet for Jaden Newman, to answer your question. 37-foot takeoff there for Colin. Now, that puts him, in terms of takeoff distance, 3 feet shorter than Jimmy O'Neill's best takeoff earlier in the heat. So
holy smokes, we have some competition, and Nick putting in 45 feet. It is. I got to tell you, this is exciting to see these numbers come down so dramatically. 45 feet for Nick. Let's see what Rick can put down. Ooh. You know, I kind of felt the wind, just judging by the hairs on my arms, kind of calmed down a little bit for Rick's, really giving Jaden, Colin, and Nick an advantage on their takeoffs, but he still put together only 57 feet on that one, so we got to watch these landings. And here comes Clint, another respectable takeoff. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I think we had a burst of wind there. I think we also just had, you noticed all of the competitors got smart real quick and started moving over to that left side and cheating into the wind a little bit more with that right crosswind. So seeing everyone kind of follow suit and make sure they're doing what their competitors are doing is also really exciting. And just like that, I'm looking at the weather, 5 knots.
Yeah, it's
definitely
definitely
it went up from
falling
the teens
out.
back down to the 5 knots.
Yeah. You know what I'm kind of feeling from the weather is that it's kind of steadying out. We're at a point in the day where the sun is not at its highest, hottest point, but the temperature is at its highest, hottest point. So we're going to start to see the air start to transition and start to calm a little bit, hopefully. And that will bode well for the other events we have later on in the day. Because golly darn it, I'm stoked about what's going on here at Wayne America. Here comes Jaden Newman, bringing it in, dragging it in low with power. She's definitely behind the power curve. She's no stranger to hanging it on the ragged edge.
Likes to approach a little bit lower like this.
Beautiful. Now that is just
Lexi
a demonstration.
says it's good.
Absolutely. That is going to be a sub 200-foot score for her, which is a great, great improvement from the last round. Oh, right there. That was good. Okay, buddy. This is my brother, Colin Caneva. He has got a very good approach set up for himself, stabilized. Not a lot of power inputs. Now all he's got to do is make it past the line. Good landing for Colin Caneva. And with that takeoff, that's going to put him in a good position as we move forward.
So a 37-foot takeoff for Colin, paired with an 82-foot landing, puts him just 3 feet behind Jaden Newman's best so far of 116.
That is fantastic competition. And don't forget about Nick. He put in a 45-foot takeoff, and he's got an excellent approach. Here comes Nick. Wow. Get on the road a little bit long. It felt like there was a little hesitation in getting on the brakes. I think he could have shaved a little bit more off that landing. I think that'll put him on the board, though. And here comes Rick Boardman in that beautiful yellow carbon cub. High alpha, showing us how it's done. This is going to be a good one. Wow.
Whoa.
Wow, let's give him a round of applause. That is working for a living. Rick Boardman. The line officials.
The replay now. Here it comes.
Oh, yeah, on the replay. Well, I don't know if I see much on the replay, but the line officials, as he landed, were giving each other high fives because it was so good.
Ooh, right on the line there. Really great one for Rick Boardman.
Here's Clint. Now, Clint's in an exhibition mode here, but still a fantastic landing from Clint. Boy, really, really good. Probably in the neighborhood of like 68 feet, if I'm guessing. But we'll wait for the official word.
Look at the standings here, Corey. We've had a big upset with Rick Boardman, and then also Colin Caneva being on the board. Our carryover into the finals as of right now is totally changed. So you had Jimmy O'Neill from the first heat at 86.
And look how close Rick Boardman came to Jimmy. He is only a few feet away. Unbelievable competition. And we still have another round.
Jaden Newman and Colin Caneva 3 feet apart there. And Nick Ardillo on the bubble. And yeah, they just showed a replay from the booth there of Colin Caneva's landing. Also really close, but good on the line. So
absolutely,
accuracy and precision just really coming to play here in the sport class.
And as if we wrote it as a movie script, here come the winds again. I hope to see even more short takeoffs and landings. You know, I got to be honest, I'm not feeling any gusts right now, so it's just steady wind for Jaden on that takeoff.
Her best so far, 51 feet.
Yeah, she still put in a 49. And, you know, with this stable, sustained wind, what are we going to see from Colin? Let's see.
His best so far, 37 feet.
Oh, my goodness. Perfect execution from Colin Caneva. That was a great takeoff. It is heating up between Jaden Newman, Rick Boardman, and Colin Caneva.
So Colin's going to have to make up some ground on his landing. Whoa, Nick Ardillo, too, putting in work.
My goodness, it's just one after another. The pilotage is fantastic.
Rick Boardman nose into that crosswind.
Holy smokes. We are seeing some crazy close numbers. Jaden Newman, 49 feet on her takeoff. Colin Caneva, 51 feet on his takeoff. Nick Ardillo, 51 feet on his takeoff. And then Rick Boardman coming in with a respectable 70 feet on his takeoff.
And the other thing I want to point out is that all of these takeoff distances are insane.
It is unbelievable. I mean, we're talking about downplaying a 70-foot takeoff because we just saw two 51-foot takeoffs. So this is insane, insane flying, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. You know, this is so much fun.
If you want to put it in perspective, Jaden, Colin, and Nick in this heat have all landed at about the length of an F-14 Tomcat. Like, that's just one way to think about it. Like, an F-14 Tomcat's about 50 feet nose to tail, so they're taking off right around that distance. They could land on the back of one.
And I see Maverick in the audience confirms that is accurate.
Okay,
Maverick
good.
confirms it. Maverick's the dog.
Thank you, Mav. Appreciate it.
Okay, as we look over to the left, Jaden Newman coming in. She is known for just some very stable approaches. She's a very consistent flyer. She does get a lot of practice time in. Look at her drag it in with power. Beautiful. That plane was ready. Yep, fantastic airmanship there from Jaden Newman. Very consistent performance from her as well. Little bit on the long side. Here comes Colin Caneva. He's got some favorable wind conditions right now, and he is slow. He's going to be working hard to keep it off the ground, and no heartbreaker. Yeah. Ryan, what do you think is going on in his mind right now after such a fantastic takeoff?
I mean, I don't know if he knows. He probably doesn't know the distances yet, but if he was going to scratch, you know, he scratched on the right two to scratch on. His one that he has in the books was his best takeoff of 37 feet. So
absolutely.
He may not know that yet, though. So he may not know where he is on the board.
Oh no, it looks like Nick just brought it in and scratched as well. So 2 scratches in a row, and we're looking for a number from Rick. Now Rick Boardman's already turned in a spectacular 45-foot landing. Let's see if he can match or beat that here, which is, boy, that's going to be a challenge. Wow. Unbelievable.
Whoa. Wow.
You know, I was paying specific attention to his pitch control on that approach, and I got to tell you, Rick was not. Oh my goodness, that is heartbreaker. But to watch 3 in a row scratch, but these are people pushing. That's the 3rd round. They had already put up their numbers. They probably knew that they had it in the bag, and they're pushing very, very hard. Now here's Clint Bucenich. Oh my goodness. That's his best landing of the day.
Whoa, holy cow.
You know, Ryan, these guys and Jaden, everybody's just crushing it in this round. Wow, how exciting.
Yeah, totally crazy scores. We should walk through your new top 5.
We have a new leaderboard.
We have a new leaderboard, and we're about to maybe upset that some more. But as it stands right now, Jimmy O'Neill hanging on from the first heat with 86 feet. Rick Boardman, second place, 102. Jaden Newman, 116. Colin Kaniva, 119. Nick Ardillo with 135 hanging on in 5th place. Now, that's still kind of anyone's game. I think Jimmy is probably safe, but we have enough competitors to bounce people. So we'll see what happens as we head to the final heat of qualifying in the sport class here at Wayne America National STOL. Today has been crazy, and I am so excited and honored to have witnessed it. I mean, that unlimited class, just bonkers. Everything, even going all the way back to this morning with touring, just bonkers. I mean, seeing that Cessna 205 take off that short. Folks, you are in for a treat today with these wins. It's variable, it's exciting, and I love seeing you all in the crowd. You are all just, I think most of you been here all day. So wave up. You can see a camera up in the sky, maybe on the back of a trailer. Wave up to us, everyone in the studio. We'd love to know you're watching. There we go. I see some hands. Thanks so much, everybody. We love that you're hanging out with us. Really appreciate you. Now is a good time as we take a little break in between the 2 heats to make sure that you're good on water, sunscreen, all that jazz. But at this point, you've been with us for hours and hours and hours. I want to say thank you to our friends in the booth. Wave everybody to in the booth. What's up? That's Tom Wolf at the controls. And we've got, I can't actually see who those other people are, but they're amazing doing the scoring back there. Casey Odell and Tina Smith in the booth. Thank you very much. Appreciate you for everything you're doing. And the other thing we got to do while we've got this few minutes is to thank all the volunteers, right? So many people volunteer to make National STOL happen when it comes to your neighborhood. And they could be people locally and people that travel all over the country volunteering to make sure that National STOL can go off without a hitch. So just thank you to all those people so much. We appreciate you. I hope that you've enjoyed seeing what you've helped put together today as we get ready for the 3rd heat of the sport class. It's time for the Zeniths. That's right, Zen Air Pilot. It is time for the Zeniths. We've got 2 of them. We can do the lineup right now. First, in this final heat, Harry Beaupre. I couldn't pronounce that yesterday the first time in practice, and I can't pronounce it now. Harry's in a 2020 Kit Fox 4 from Fallon, Nevada. Kyle Patterson, 1999 Kit Fox 4 from Torrington, Wyoming. Matt Dorsum, 1995 Kit Fox 4. That's he's coming out of Lancaster, Kansas. And then Justin Tisdale, we've talked about him a few times. We ran that package about him earlier today. The Zenith 750 STOL from Siloam Spring, Arkansas. And then last, but certainly not least today, John Hakala, 2007 Zenith 701, coming from McMinnville, Oregon. The Big Tuna. That's going to be fun to see. So
absolutely,
we are wrapping this thing up with an exciting third heat, and they've been released, and it's so great to see these Kit Fox 4s, very light, could potentially still have some upsets in the class.
Yeah, we're about to see if we have some additional upsets. These Kit Fox 4s are one of the more popular airplanes in backcountry, popularized by Flying Cowboy's own Trent Palmer. If you haven't heard of Trent Palmer, well, what rock have you been under? Go out and check him out. If you're interested in getting involved in aviation, he's a good channel to cut your teeth on, and I highly recommend it. The Kit Fox is one of the airplanes that he, well, it's his airplane, the Freedom Fox. But check out my buddy Trent Palmer on YouTube. He's grown quite a following and brought quite a few people into the sport, which is awesome. Wing walking out with Justin Tisdale.
Look at the jaws on Big Tuna there.
Oh, yeah, that's Big Tuna. Boy, they all look alike to me from the front. Man, our wing walker's getting a workout. Oh.
Do you, Corey, could you explain for the viewers at home and in the crowd why this wing walking is happening today? It's not totally normal in National STOL.
No, it's not. We just have some wind conditions that justify it. You know, it makes it difficult to control these lightweight aircraft on the ground because of that wind. You know, the airplane will want to tend to weather vane into the wind. So the turnaround, especially right here as you're watching these wing walkers, they're right now headed into the wind. So it's not as a critical phase, but when he makes this right-hand turn, this 180-degree right-hand turn onto the runway, the wind might have a tendency to get under it and lift a wing up, might make it a little more dangerous and challenging. So just for safety purposes and an abundance of caution, we got our handy-dandy wing walkers out with the vests, making things safe and comfortable for these competitors.
Brian Weathers in social says, "Go Big Tuna!" So there's at least one fan for Big Tuna watching right now. As the first Kit Fox 4 comes to the line, that's Harry Beaupre from Fallon, Nevada. Let's see what he's got on the board there.
Yeah, that'll be
in
interesting.
the Kit Fox 4.
All right,
110-foot takeoff.
Yeah, very respectable. Here's Kyle Patterson. Right about the same takeoff performance as Harry. Probably about 10, 15 feet apart. And here comes Matt Dorsum in the third Kit Fox in the group. Very consistent performance between all the Kit Foxes.
And here's Zen Air pilot cheering on a fellow Zenith pilot, Justin. He says, "Go, Justin."
Bruno. If you don't follow Justin on social media, I highly recommend his Instagram, Mustache Flyer. Just very entertaining, heartwarming content. Follow his aviation journey. He's fairly new to it, only a couple years under his belt, but man, he's built an airplane, and now he's competing at National STOL at a high level of competency, and it's just really fun to watch.
Here comes Big Tuna off the line, piloted by John Hakala. Whoa, there we go.
Yeah, way to rip that nose off the ground and achieve lift. Beautiful takeoff. I really enjoyed that one.
And as he enters his crosswind, we can see on final, kind of higher up and to your left, here comes Harry Beaupre again in the Kit Fox 4. 2020 Kit Fox 4 means that it's a relatively new construction, despite being maybe a little bit of an older kit offering.
Yeah, if honestly, if Harry's able to put in a sub 100 foot, that'll change the leaderboard. And look at that. Wow. Well,
he's got the landing figured out. His takeoff was 110.
Well, we'll see what his combined score is. I mean,
57-foot landing there for Harry. That's incredible.
That was fantastic. Yeah, absolutely.
That'll be good enough to put him into 6th place, who's got a little bit more work to try to get into the top 5.
Absolutely impressive performance with these Kit Foxes. They're not necessarily designed for STOL. They were more designed as just a recreational flyer, and it's just kind of worked out that they have performed so well in the STOL community. This is a beautiful yellow Kit Fox, nicknamed the Electric Fox. Looks like he was unhappy with his landing performance, so he didn't even stop.
Oh, we know the dangers of that. You want to make sure you always stop because you want to get something on the board.
Absolutely.
Beyond 500.
And look at Matt coming in. He has a excellent low profile going for him. Not a lot of power changes. Here he goes. Nice. Ooh. See
Gotta get that wing back down there with that crosswind action.
Pretty good gust of wind there on his rollout. Made it sporty for him for sure. And here comes Justin Tisdale. Now, put your eyes inside the cockpit because he has a unique technique with his rollout and braking. It's very, very entertaining watching Justin fly. He's coming in nice and low over those Wayne, Nebraska trees out there. As we watch the rowdy replay from Matt's landing on the replay machine. That was crazy. That was awesome. What a great recovery from Matt taking that gust in stride.
Yeah, interesting to see, as that wing came up, that right wing came up, and he counteracted that like really quickly and expertly.
And look how thick the contrast in wing design, the thick design of the Zenith. Now watch Justin. Yeah, grab a hold, buddy. Hold on. Lock up those brakes. That was great from Justin Tisdale.
At Outlaw STOL, we were on hard surface, and it was fun to watch Justin. Once he had it directionally controlled, he would actually grab both hands to the roll cage of his aircraft so he could put all of his weight into those brake pedals. So we'll see if I don't know if it might be a little too sporty wind-wise today for him to do that, but it was something we watched him do a few times.
That was an excellent landing. And in South Dakota, we have John on final. I'm joking. It's just a really long final.
Yeah, he's way out there. These Zeniths are quite slow in the air, and that's by design, right? So you have these really slow approaches, which then gives you a shorter landing distance. As we look at he's on extended long final at 20 miles an hour, I will tell you that so far, total combined scores, Harry Beaupre, 167. Kyle Patterson didn't stop, 625. 288 for Matt Dorsum. There's Big Tuna now, right on the line. Heavy on the brakes, just kicking up the dust.
That was excellent.
And they're running out to grab his wings already.
.107 for John's landing. That's very respectable. No changes to the leaderboard yet on this final session of STOL here today. Hey, Ryan, while we have a minute, what time are we going to be on tomorrow for the finals? I know
That
I hit you.
is
I hit you
an
with it.
excellent question. But the answer to it is 10:50 a.m. tomorrow is when the broadcast will start, where you and I will be again on the mic for the finals here at Wayne America for National STOL. 10:50 a.m. Central Time is when you can find all of this action.
Yeah, so there's your invitation to watch all these guys again tomorrow. But I think the temperature, as far as the level of competitiveness, will be slightly increased a little bit in the final round. Because I think as you get closer to the cheddar, you get a little bit more hungry.
And as we look at the forecast for tomorrow, as this bright yellow Kit Fox 4 takes off, the forecast for tomorrow has more of the same. I'm looking at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We've got a forecast of winds at 160, 16 to 20 knots. So more, higher end winds, higher end crosswinds with some gust factors. So we'll see how much that plays tomorrow as it did today. I think it's looking like it's going to be a little cooler out as well.
Yeah, which
will help everyone as well.
Yeah, definitely help us out here in Wayne. Very nice 121-foot takeoff roll from Kyle Patterson. And here's Matt in that beautiful silver Kit Fox. That was a great takeoff from Matt. He'll be happy with that one. Got a 59-foot takeoff for Matt Dorson in his Kit Fox. That is absolutely fantastic. Wind just picked up a little bit, which is going to make it great for Justin and John if it can hold out.
Ooh, keep it up. Okay. So the bummer for Justin there is that he got it off, but then the right main touch. So now we have to measure from that, whatever the last tire to touch the ground was. So that's going to be a longer takeoff for him on that one.
Yeah,
it looks like it just came in 164. So actually shorter than his first landing, but still longer than it needed to be due to that slight error.
And I think, the winds are just shifting around. We've got a lot of action going on.
There we go. Big Tuna leaping into the air.
Yeah, just really wanted to go flying today, John. That was a good one.
Yeah, 65 feet on that one for John Hakala. So now, when we talk about who's on the bubble for finals, is you have on this run, if we have strong landings from Matt Dorsum or John Hakala, they could be bumping people off the finals list.
Yeah, absolutely. The door is absolutely open for any of these guys to get into the finals tomorrow. And here comes Harry in that beautiful yellow Kit Fox. Good clean. Past the line. Good braking.
Harry had a slight improvement on his last takeoff, but longer landing distance this time, up to 90 from previous rounds, 57.
And looking out over the the field. We're looking for another Kit Fox piloted by Kyle Patterson. He's from Torrington, Wyoming. Didn't come too far, but it is a good distance. Traveled across the entire state of Nebraska. Beautiful landing. Right on the line. I did see a puff of white. So we want to go see the replay on that one to see if it counts. A little bit longer, but it might actually work to his benefit and put a score on the board for him.
Here's that replay now.
And here is Matt Dorson. Yep. Oh, that's a scratch for Matt, unfortunately. Was really hoping to see
that is total heartbreak for Matt, because that 59-foot takeoff needed.
And they just called a scratch
landing
for Kyle as well. Oh, wait, hold on. They're moving things around on us.
Now, Kyle was, I believe, good on that replay, but yeah, Matt Dorsum there. What a bummer to scratch on that one. Justin Tisdale just hovering in now.
And I'm feeling the wind pick up actually quite a bit on my back here in the booth. So Justin Tisdale, if this wind can be sustained long enough, he might have an opportunity. Oh, he's going to bleed off a little excess speed there. He put a little slip in there to put the brakes on. A little bit of power. Boy, he just struggled with that entire approach. He was just making far too many corrections too late in the game. I wonder if a go-around might have been a more preferred solution for him, but who knows? That was just wild. Wild and crazy.
Yeah, that was a hard one. And once you apply that power to rescue yourself, you're adding a lot of energy that you then need to re-dissipate. So it always kicks you down further down the line if things aren't totally stabilized. First Rivet says, I'd totally build me a Kit Fox. Get in there, First Rivet, and do it. Right after your first build is done.
I do believe a lot of the kit plane manufacturers have a small portion of the kit you can purchase to get a little bit of the build experience. For example, if you wanted to find out what it's like to build a Carbon Cub, I believe you can order just the rudder to get started, so you can kind of get started in building your dream. And I believe there's a program for most of the kit plane manufacturers. So if you want to get started, you know, in any capacity, as John with Big Tuna puts up a fantastic landing in his Zenith 701.
So we'll give, I just went and looked at it. We'll give First Rivet a little bit of a shout out here. Looks like he's building a sling.
Ooh, a TSI?
Yeah, already working on a TSI, but after you've got that cross-country machine done, Mr. First Rivet, you need to build a Kit Fox. I think Corey and I just decided for you.
Absolutely. Done deal. I mean, I wouldn't mind if he built a Zenith either, or a Rans.
Oh, that Rans S21?
Or, you know,
really
let's even throw the Highlander in there. It's a performer, I think, maybe. All right, this is it. This is the final round of STOL for the day. What do you think's going to happen here? Are these guys going to be pushing a little harder, or do you think they've already put up the numbers that they wanted to put up?
Well, what's interesting is look where John Hakala has ended up. He's in 6th place now, and we've seen a real compression of the scores. So John, I think, and Matt, John and Matt are still really putting up numbers that could maybe unseat Nick Ardillo. We're close to that, right?
Yeah.
So that's what Nick's going to be watching from the sidelines. What are these two folks doing?
And that's the heartbreak with Matt's scratch on the last one. It's such a great takeoff, and to see him come back with a scratch, it just is a little bit of a heartbreaker. So I hope he pushes really hard on this one and puts up a great score. But you're absolutely right. I mean, we've still got, a spread of less than 20 feet between 6th and 5th place, so the door is still open. And this is one of the competitors that might do it.
Just waiting to see how that takeoff distance looks. Harry, by the way, on his takeoff, 96 feet, so an improvement for him, best of the day.
Absolutely.
Kyle Patterson, 104, also best of the day. Matt
Consistently
Dorsum
better.
with 92 feet, so not his best of the day, but nothing to sneeze at.
Big, huge gust taking Justin Tisdale almost out of the competition. Fantastic recovery from him. He needs to go around and try that again. That was insane.
Let's get that replay pulled up for folks to see that one again, because I think I saw it out of the corner of my eye as I was reading the scores, and it looked like a quick response.
Yep, excellent job shutting it down, getting it back under control as that wind just kind of came from the right, lifted that right wing. Holy cow, I think his left wing came within a foot of the ground in the replay there. Superb job by Justin Tisdale. That might be the play of the day.
I was going to say, is that the play of the game?
Honestly, that was fantastic.
Exciting for Justin there, but yeah, that was good. I mean, he didn't even take out any of the runway distance markers, so
yeah, absolutely fantastic. I can't be appreciative enough of what just happened. That was amazing.
Here's Harry Beaupree on the line, heavy on those brakes. Justin Tisdale now coming back up to the line, getting ready to give it another go. And I gotta wonder, that was textbook. I gotta wonder if he was feeling a little gun shy after that last run.
Everybody's just pushing. Everybody wants to get these takeoffs as short as possible. So we get in that high alpha, that high angle of attack situation, and things are on the edge. And you add that crosswind component to this, it's going to happen. And that was a fantastic recovery. Absolutely 100% a fantastic recovery from Justin Tisdale there. Things like that have a tendency to alarm people, and rightfully so. It is alarming when things get a little bit rowdy. Who do we have here? This looks like Matt coming in from the left in his Kit Fox Model 4. He does still have a little bit of an opportunity, but he's going to have to put a serious landing together right here.
And he's got a little bit of slippy slidey action happening there.
Yeah, the weather conditions are shifting even more to be more of a crosswind component now.
So seeing some scores come in now. Kyle Patterson's landing was basically 500. Did not stop successfully there. Matt Dorsum's landing here this last round was 156. So an improvement from his first round, but man, that heartbreak of that scratch is going to be something he's thinking about tonight around the campfire. And then I believe we've got John Hakala coming in, and then Justin Tisdale is going to get to do his landing. So John Hakala, let's keep it in mind, 69-foot takeoff here. So he could still push forward pretty aggressively and bump himself into the finals.
Yep, we've got to see a great one from John here. I am hopeful. He's got a great approach set up for himself.
Whoa.
Oh, darn it. It's a scratch. Oh, that was such a great attempt, but unfortunately it was a scratch. So I don't think we're going to be seeing John, and just by a hair, not making
going to the
it into
replay.
the
Oh,
finals.
yeah, just a barely scratch there for John. That is a huge bummer because that is the landing that would have done it for him.
Okay, we got to shake off the nerves. Here comes Justin Tisdale for his final landing. And he, I bet, is a little bit... Well, look at this stabilized approach. It looks really good. He's got that wing low into that crosswind. At this point in time, the only thing that he's focused on is keeping the energy stabilized until he gets to the point where he wants that airplane to stop flying. It looks like it's a good landing, a long rollout. Justin rightfully maybe playing it a little bit on the conservative side there. Let's hear it for all these national STOL pilots. What a great round of competition today.
This has been so exciting and so intense today, especially with the weather conditions. Let's talk about who your top 5 sport class competitors are and who will be going on to the finals tomorrow on Saturday. Jimmy O'Neill with maybe a little bit of a surprise, 86 feet combined, second place for the qualifiers. Rick Boardman, 102. Jaden Newman, 116 in that Cub Crafters SS. Colin Kaniva, an impressive 3 feet behind her in another Cub Crafter. Nick Ardillo in 5th, going on to the finals with 135 feet combined. And John Hakala not continuing on, but with 150. So, wow, what a way to wrap it up. Again, such a thick class today with all of sport class competitors. Just really great to see them. We lost, 2/3 of them in this process. We can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. You can see there the rest of the results. Harry Beaupre, 167. Dennis Rowe, 217. Brian Moore, 243. Matt Dorsum right behind him, 248. Aaron Greer, 268. And Kyle Patterson at 293 in 12th. Really exciting to see all these aircraft and these folks competing together. And more than anything, it's just been really exciting to spend the day with you, Corey. We've been talking to the audience for hours today. I think we put in almost 7 hours on the mic bringing this. And if you watched all 7 hours of qualifying, you deserve a medal. We love it. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you, Corey, for joining me on the mic today. My name is Ryan Dabrowski. Come check me out, Super Aero.
And my name is Corey Robin. I love you all. Let's give all those pilots a round of applause. They're all standing right next to you. What a great show. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:50 a.m. for the finals.
It's gonna be dope.